Should be all right. I'm on low sleep. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Whew. Gotta get a little in.
Plug the website.
Plug.
Let me see if it's working.
Any topics you want me to hammer? You want
I
me
can hear you right now.
Okay.
I just usually talk about whatever. I think you
Cool,
know
man.
that.
Yeah.
Wayne.
I'm trying to think main events. So. It's dead sports, not sports time right now.
The Q app is the best numerology and astrology app ever freaking made, man. For instance, you put in your birthday, it's gonna tell you what cities are good for you, what clothing brands you should wear. You look at me, I'm not dressed too well, I don't give a f, but I wear a Rolex, not an AP. Why don't I wear AP? AP was found in the pig ear. This was found in the snake ear. I'm a snake. I wear a Coach bag.
All right. So I know you guys can hear me, so I don't even need to see, but it's nice to see haters in here like freaking clockwork. Like you didn't even need to announce anything. They're in here already talking mad shit. So, all right, let's see here. Should we put that down? Here, take the seat. I'll put that down.
Yeah. Let's see. How many people we got in here already? Dang. All right, let's go.
Which one, guys? Should I keep this one, or should I go back to 305?
Which
one
one
do you think I should have in the background?
Dang, that's tough. That is tough.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the 305 better than this one.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, you agree. All right. Do your thing, brother.
Cool, man.
I'll be seeing you in a few hours.
All right, what's good, guys? What's good?
Hey, you just did a 10-hour podcast.
Yeah.
Yo, that's Myron type shit.
Let's go. Yeah.
That's Myron shit.
Yes. Go to my YouTube, GG33 Chris on YouTube. We got a 10-hour master numerology and astrology class. If you're looking for good stuff, that's all there. And, put it this way, if you're looking for free info, it's in there. So
let's hope not too much.
Yeah, right,
I'll really sell it
right.
Now. Go to his channel, build it up, do what you guys need to do, because the only numerologists who are trusted are the ones I trained.
How do I see the full chat? Should I X that?
Yeah, X that right there. There you go.
All right. Cool.
All right, I'm out of here. All you.
Cool. Oh, whoa, yo, G, come here. I can't see the full, like.
Do it on your phone. Do it on your phone.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. What's good, guys? So we got a double 5-day today. And on double 5 days, this is the best day to go out and date. If you want to go meet a girl, if you're looking to get that wintertime cutie, this is the time to do it. Because when we look at 5 energy, we're in Leo season, or cusp Leo season, going into Virgo. People are trying to go ahead and go into what? A relationship. On a double 5-day like today, that's the best day to do that. So whenever it's the 5th, 14th, 23rd, or a 5-day, what you're gonna wanna do is this. Basically get out of the house. If you're looking to, date, you wanna go ahead and talk to girls. If you're looking to be in a relationship, or if you're in a relationship, that's when you wanna conceive children. So the best days to conceive a child are the 5th, 14th, 23rd, or a 5-day in total. Today is a double 5-day in total. So that is the most important component when you're looking to have a child. So like a 4 or 5 days, not as good. Today's the day. If you're trying to have a kid next year in the goat year, if you have a kid born in 2027, they're gonna be wildly rich. So a lot of people who have kids born in goat years, and next year's a goat year, get stupid rich. So people who are born in 91, 2003, 2015, they're usually born with the bag in life. And you know what? This is the best part about what we do for people is basically if you don't have money, the best way to get money is not just yourself, but through children. So the first way to get money is having a kid born on the 28th. That's the easiest way to do it. You don't have to look too far. Look at Gary. Gary had a kid on the 28th, everything changed. Now, the next best thing you can do is have a pig or a goat. The reason why is the goat and the pig are the 2 richest signs in Chinese astrology. So John D. Rockefeller is the richest man in world history. He had 5 times the GDP of America. He was born in the year of the pig. Now, the second richest sign, or tied to the pig, is the goat. So that's people like Bill Gates Andrew Carnegie, they reap money. The best part about goats is it's usually given to them. So you know what? You have a kid in 2027, somehow the universe is going to give you a lot of money, probably by the time that kid's 18 years old. Now, what I'm going to do here is try to look in the chat. I got to go pull up the YouTube here because I basically cannot see the comments coming in because they're cut off. Hold on. Let's see if we got them. Yeah, let's hop in here. And I'm just going to start reading birthdays. So let's do it. Let's see. All right. All right. Okay, let's put your birthdays in, guys. So anybody who wants a reading. So the best part about me is I got the time. Gary, he's busy, man. He's got to go. He's got to leave the studio. He's in and out constantly. I got some time for you today. So if you have wanted a reading, this is the time to do it. Let's go into it. Let's see here. 1/6/1994. Would the Air Force be a good choice? Well, first and foremost, I love the Air Force. My grandfather was in the Air Force, so shout out to all the military. I typically wear a military hat. As a matter of fact, if you're in the military, I'm looking to do a military discount potentially on my website. But let's go into it. 1/6/1994. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull up the Q app. So when we pull up the Q app, which is the best astrology app in the game, I'm going to type in his birthday. So 1/6/1994. Let's give him a reading. Why not, right? I like Capricorns. Gary's a Capricorn. Capricorns are best friends with Tauruses. The best relationship in all of Chinese astrology and Western astrology has a lot to do with money combinations. And in Western astrology, Taurus and Capricorn are the greatest money-making combination. Just like Chinese astrology has amazing money-making combinations like the goat and the pig, you know, the rat and the ox. Now, 1/6/1994, would the Air Force be a good choice for you? So number one, roosters. People born in rooster years always excel in any form of government, the military, the CIA, the FBI, and they are riddled in it. A lot of people born in rooster years have the biggest military contracts on earth. I talk to a lot of these people. They happen to be born in the year of the rooster. So that's already a good thing for you. Now, you're a 3 life path. And the problem with being a 3 life path in the military, government, is that 3 is anti the law. 3 is anti-structure. So one of the biggest things about the Air Force that you may not like is basically the day-to-day discipline. Because 3 life paths hate routine. They hate structure. 4 is all about structure. 3 is the number of the child. Child begins with a C. C is the 3rd letter of the alphabet. Now, the next aspect is you are heading into your 8 personal cycle, which is about money, power, and karma. And when it comes down to it, basically, how do I say this? Hold on, we got a text from G. Okay, yeah. If you're going to start something in an 8 personal year, 1/6/94, you want to do it now. You have basically between now and your birthday to start that adventure. If you start after your birthday hits in the Air Force, it's not going to probably be the best thing. So at least start signing your contracts, signing your deals for that and stuff like that. And let's see here. Okay. So yeah, hopefully that helps for you. I'm struggling to see the chat here. We got the chat cut off a little bit. I hope everyone's having a great day. Today is a 5 day. 5 is the number of change. So one of the things I want to tell you is that if you are on a sick gambling run, if you've been on a sick crypto run, the 5th, 14th, 23rd, or a 5 day in total will literally hold you back and change your luck. So let's go back to this. Let's say you're doing really, really well. Let's say you're crushing it. You're making a ton of money. You're doing well with women. And all of a sudden the 5th hits. 5 is the number of change. Boom. All of a sudden your luck turns for the worst. So remember, 5, 14, 23rd, or 5 days in total are the number of change. And sometimes change is good, and sometimes change is extremely negative. And that's the biggest problem with the number 5. So if you look at quarterbacks like Peyton Manning, they're extremely inconsistent. 5 life paths like Peyton Manning always are indecisive at times, throwing interceptions, and they're really good or they're really bad. They're inconsistent. A great example of inconsistent 5 life paths is Jimmy Butler. One night, Jimmy Butler is Michael Jordan's son. The next night, he's the 6th man on the bench. That's how that works with 5s. So 5s have the problem of consistency. America has big issues with consistency because it is a 5 life path nation. That is why every decade we're hot, we're cold, we're hot, we're cold. There never seems to be a long run like Rome had 20-year runs of success. America, it's by decade on, decade off. That is the 5. America's founded 7/4/1776, adds up to 32, and 3 + 2 = 5. Now, the next thing I want you to be aware of is we are going to be doing paid readings in here. So we're going to try to do paid readings. I'm going to do this off my phone. I'm watching the chat here. Let's try to make sure we go refresh. Let's see. And the rest of the readings I'll try to do with Gary AI. We'll try to help you out and show you kind of what Gary AI will impact you on. And you know what? AI is great. But certain AI is negative. Gary AI has got a spiritual tone to it. That's what we're looking for. If you go to Grok, I love Grok. If you go to ChatGPT, it lacks that spiritual nature. So when you ask it about numerology or astrology, the AI currently is very, negative about it and pretty much dumbed down. It's almost like they program the current AI to hate numerology and astrology. That's why you want to go to Gary AI, get it on the Q app. Now, we do have a pay reading. We have 6/28/1985. So number 1, you are born on Elon Musk's birthday, June 28th, 1985. That has to be one of the hottest birthdays to be born on. So if you were born on June 28th in here, that is one of the luckiest birthdays right now. Why is that? The Matrix works off manifestation. So if someone is born June 28th and they're in major power, which Elon is, you're going to be benefited being born on the 28th or June 28th specifically. Example, America is led by a dog, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is born in the year of the dog. And if you are a horse, dog, or tiger, that is a huge benefit to you. Now, if you are born in a dragon year, you are severely hurt by Donald Trump being the president of the United States if you are an American. I'll even go as far outside of America because America runs the world economy and everything stems from our government. Now, the next example about manifestation or how birthdays work is this. When we look at power, when we look at manifestation, there's levels to it, right? So you have America is founded 1776, the year of the monkey. That is going to benefit rats, dragons, and monkeys, okay? Now, we have a president that is a dog in power, President Trump. That's going to benefit dogs, tigers, and horses. So the list goes top to bottom down. So if you live in a, snake state like Florida, but Governor Ron DeSantis is a horse, you're going to be greatly benefited by moving to Florida, being born in a horse, dog, or tiger year, because the horse is best friends with the dog and the tiger and the horse itself. That is how this stuff works, and it goes to an extremely high level. The next example is a lot of people, they move to their friendly state and they forget to check the governor. That is the next level to this stuff, right? I know a ton of people born in Ohio, born in dragon years, that started to struggle as soon as Governor DeWine took power, who's born in a dog year, their enemy sign. Because dogs or your enemy sign is going to write laws that go against your interests typically, because this is like a computer simulation. Elon Musk says, the chance that we live in base reality is 0.001%. If that is the case, that is exactly how this stuff works. Now, when we look at 6/28/1985, this is what I want to tell you going forward. I'll put it to you like this. You're a 3 life path. That's the biggest thing I want you to know. 3s struggle with consistency. They're lazy. They're liars. They get deceived at times. That's their biggest problem. They're a little bit of a child, and child begins with the C. And when we look at your birthday going forward, I just want to show you kind of how this is going to go. June 28th, 85 is extremely hot. I want you to take a lot of risk right now between now and your enemy year. Your enemy year is coming up in 2027, the year of the goat. 1985 is the year of the ox, and that is mortal enemies, right? So when we look at that, you can have a lot of success. You're going to get really lucky before your enemy year. That's the biggest thing, guys. A lot of people get lucky right before that enemy year hits because it's looking to basically take you for a loss, take you down a rabbit hole you don't want to go. Let's say you get the biggest job opportunity of your life this year, a year before your enemy year, and you get hired. It's trying to get that emotion out of you when you get fired the next year. You're going to have a year of hell typically in that enemy year. If you become the CEO of McDonald's a year before your enemy year, it's like basically giving you a test. It's saying, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of money just to take it away from you. That's how life works. Everything in life is given to you just to be taken away from you. I don't care if it's your friends, your family, anything that is perceptually good is taken out by time. Few companies on earth make it over 100 years. This is proof that we live in a simulation. How do we know? Well, if we didn't live in a simulation, wouldn't most companies just continue on and on and on forever? Why is it as soon as a company hits its late 40s, 50s, or right around 100 years old, they go bankrupt? It seems to never make it past that point. You know what's funny? In Western astrology, the Saturn return is roughly in your early 30s, late 20s. Most companies celebrate their 30th anniversary and then go completely bankrupt. So most companies celebrate their 30th anniversary in their enemy year, and then boom, 31, 32, they're out of business. That's how that works. And it's funny how it works. They'll have a huge celebration because they're trying to save business. And when we look at the simulation, when we look at anything in life, it is all taken out by time. Your life is began by time and will be ended by it. I always ask people, if you wonder if you live in a simulation, if you were born in 1995, where were you before 1995? Where were you? That's the best question. That's why you shouldn't fear death. Now, 6/28/1985, let's get back to you. So let's go here, 6/28/85. What else do I want to give you that might help you for your enemy year that is not too much, right? Half the battle is getting clips on these things and then also knowing what to tell you guys because I want to save the best for my private clients. Now, when we look at your birthday, you're in that 8 year, go after it. You're going to go up and down in weight. A lot of people get fat in their 8 personal cycles. So tons of people get really out of shape. They get a lot of negative karma. The worst thing you can do in an 8 personal cycle or on the 8th, 17th, 26th, or an 8th day in total is lie to people. Literally. Basically don't tell them anything. If they ask you a question and you're going to lie, say nothing. Saying nothing is not a lie. But when you tell people even just half truths in an 8 personal year and you're having a bad year, stop doing it right away. Karma works multiple ways. And one of the main ways of manifesting karma is following your word. If you say you're going to do something, do it, because that strengthens your manifestation skills. Now, other than that, 2027 is going to embarrass you. If you were born in 1973, 1985, 1997, if you know someone young in 2009, give them a call. Let them know their enemy year is coming up. Let them know that they need to be careful. And the worst thing you could do in your enemy year is start dating someone. That is the number one thing you want to avoid. So if you're looking to get into a relationship, if you are looking to start a marriage, you want to get it done before your enemy year. Now, if you start dating someone a year before your enemy year, it's looking to hit you in that department, but at least you didn't start it there. If you start dating a business, get married in your enemy year, it's cooked. Now, you started a year before your enemy year, it's going to be a very difficult year, and it's going to use your wife or husband, boyfriend or girlfriend as an emotional battery. It's going to try to take all your emotions away via that person because it's looking to extract your emotions in your enemy year. That's the biggest thing I want people to know. Next thing I want people to know is that 5 to 6 months later of starting anything, things fail. So if you start something in May, right, you might see failure 5, 6 months later. 5 to 6 years later. I call it the rule of 5 to 6. We're going to call it the rule of 6 because it's easy to remember. About 6 months in of starting anything is when failure starts. So you're going to notice people in here, marriages, relationships, about 6 months into the marriage, financial problems. About 6 months into the relationship, someone's cheating. That's how that works. For example, the CEO of Cedar Point, who bought Six Flags, the biggest amusement park in the world, took the job in 2018. And in 2024, he bought Six Flags, which was the biggest mistake of his life, right around that period. He is now stepping down as CEO. So people make a huge mistake in their 5th to 6th year of doing anything. Let's go through other chats here. Hope everyone's having a good day, right? We're going to have fun. 5 is the number of entertainment. The ultimate entertainers in life are always 5s. So I don't care if it's Beyonce, Denzel Washington, that's kind of their vibe. LL Cool J, ladies love Cool J. 5 is the number of sex. Ladies love Cool J. LL Cool J, a 5 life path. Let's see here. Okay, we got some more paid readings in here. Let's do it. Let's see. Man, all right. $99, let's see here. Isabella Gia, thoughts on potential July 28th, 2027 birthday for a baby? A double 28. I'm a go-to, so I'm considering to try for the day or 12/28/2027 6 life path. I have a snake daughter, 6 day, 8 life path. Hubby, 6 day, 8 life path. I'm a 3 day, 4 life path. Number 1, thank you guys for the chat. Readings, super chats. I'm doing all paid readings. So you pay and a certain number and above, I'll touch it if it's enough. This fits the bill, $99. So first and foremost, there is cause and effect for having a kid born on the 28th, okay? So everyone talks about the positive of the 28 and few talk about the negative. So if you have a child born on the 28th or a wife born on the 28th, you're gonna get your bag in life. That's almost a guarantee at some point. The consequence is often family issues. So Gary, the numbers guy, had a child born on the 28th, but Gary knows numerology, astrology on a elite level. So he doesn't have to worry when his son gets married, that's all taken care of. But if you have a son, a daughter, or a wife born on the 28th, here's how it works. You're gonna get rich. Your wife might take your bag halfway through. The next is that it's gonna get taken away through your children. So a lot of kids born on the 28th marry horrible people and they have nothing but family issues. Elon Musk is born on the 28th. He's been married to the same woman twice. His father is divorced as well, and he is born on June 28th. Elon Musk and Errol Musk are born on June 28th. Verify it by reading Walter Isaacson, Elon Musk. The next example is that if you have a child born on the 28th, that kid can get hit in a multitude of areas. All right? One of the ways 28s get hit is family issues. The other way that 28s get hit is health issues due to effed up karma. So 28s who are thieves, like Steve Jobs, and marry 9 life paths as enemy number, get sick. That's how it works. So if you are a 28 and you get rich off stealing early, you're gonna have a lot of issues. You know how they say more money, more problems? Very few people know how to solve those problems. That's very, very important to understand, right? That's the deal. Now, you want to see if you can have a kid born July 28th, 2027, right? So, okay. So I see what you're doing here, double 28. I like it. I think you should go with July 28th, 2027. I think that's a very, very good day to do it. I really couldn't think of a wealthier birthday to have. I think that first birthday, you hit it right on the head. The biggest thing I want you to be aware of is the parenting of that child. You need to teach that child the value of money. You are going to need to teach that child the value of family, because without those two things, a 28 can't live the highest consciousness life. 28s usually get hit in one department. Very few 28s have it all. That's why 28s are a sub-master number. They're not quite at the highest echelon, right? A 33 might not be the richest person, although Jeff Bezos, but they will have both things going on in their life. They usually have a decent family life, something that is not completely corrupt. Jeff Bezos, has lived actually a pretty clean life. A lot of 28s have corruption riddled throughout their entire life, where it's like a complete, fugazi. That's their biggest issue, whether it be Elon Musk, who Elon cannot stand. Some people cannot stop, they hate Elon Musk. His son, he's a 28. Jared from Subway, the pedophile who should be hung. Yeah, he's a 28. You see how it works? Corruption reeks with the number 28. 8s usually have a little bit of semblance of an understanding of karma. When you look at the 28, it's the infinity symbol. They have no concept of karma at times. And that's the difference between an 8 and a 28. That's why they're extremely greedy, right? I believe, what was her name? Anna Nicole Smith, the 28 who married a 92-year-old billionaire. Yeah, that's called raw greed at its finest. Another thing is sometimes 28s steal from family. Sometimes 28s are the black sheep of their family. It doesn't always work the way that people think, and there is a huge consequence for the number 28. So remember, if you manifest 28 all the time, you're putting 28 on your license, you're putting 28 on everything, it's going to try to check you in the physical department, which is your wife, your children, your husband, whatever it may be, because that's a test. That's how that works, because what you're manifesting is nothing but wealth 24/7 and anti-spirituality, right? You got to have a little bit of both. One other thing is you notice how everyone pays homage to the 28th? They're like, oh, let's make money. It's the 28th. It's the 28th. Well, what you have to do is pay homage to each other day to get that bag. So when it's the 7 day, you got to learn, respect the 7 day. The 7th, 16th, 25th, or a 7 day in total are the best days to learn, right? You better respect the energy on those days or else you're going to get hurt, right? That's how the matrix works. It looks to punish you. The next thing the matrix looks to make you do is it makes you try to do the opposite thing you're supposed to do. So on an 8 day, you learn all day. On a 7 day, you work out. On a 6 day, you travel. All of those are the opposite things that you're not supposed to do. The matrix tries to trap you into doing so, right? I can't tell you how many people I know do the opposite thing on the day that they're supposed to do the positive thing. They do the wrong thing, right? It'll be a 3 day and you're working the whole day. 3 is anti-work. It'll be a 5 day and you'll have no sex with your wife. Terrible energy. So today, women in here, if you're in a relationship, if you're in a marriage, today is that day. Today is that day to put in work in the bedroom. And if you don't, there's usually big consequence to that as far as you guys fighting and stuff like that. That's how you go with the energy, right? And same thing with men, right? If you're tired today and the wife wants to have some fun, typically you don't listen to women. Today might be a day where you'd be like, all right, baby. That's how that works. Five is entertainment. E is the 5th letter, right? So you want to go with it. Have fun on 5 days, right? Entertain. You notice entertainment and sex go hand in hand? Sex, the first vowel in sex is E. E is the 5th letter. Entertainment begins with an E, 5th letter, right? People who are really entertaining get a lot of sex. People who are really charismatic get a ton of romance. So if you're charismatic, if you're entertaining, you get sex, you get power, you get influence. Goes hand in hand. The English language was created by the royals, and it is symbiotic to perfection. Now, things not to do on a 5 day, like today. You don't want to stay home the whole day, right? Look at me. I'm at the studio. I traveled to the studio. I live right by Gary, but I traveled, right? 5 days, take out the sports car. go on the motorcycle, get on the scooter safely, whatever it is, right? Movement. That's what it's all about. And in America, a 5 life path nation, if you're sitting out in Wheeling, West Virginia, if you're sitting out in some place, you got to travel to go make money. America is one of the few countries that rewards travel. There's no border patrol, harassing Americans. There's no people stopping you from state to state. They're telling you to travel in a 5 life path nation if you want to be rich. It punishes staying home, even with the internet. You guys think I could pull this off in Cleveland, Ohio without connections that I have here? No, nothing wrong with Cleveland, Ohio. But that's the game that we live in. So your family members took risks and they moved to the state that you're in. What makes you think you're so special in a 5 life path nation, which is the number of travel? The next thing we're going to cover is you're a goat. Having a goat is really, really good, Isabella. So the woman, okay, let's go into this. I'll give you guys some game. Screw it. You know what? I'm feeling good. It's a 5-day. Likes in the chat. We need support. Share this. As many likes as possible so I'm brought back here, right? But if you are a woman and you have a Chinese baby, let's say you're a woman and you're born in the year of the goat, and you have a baby born in the year of the goat, that is one of the healthiest things you could possibly do because that is symbiotic to your energy. If you are a woman and you have your enemy sign, that is a Frankenstein situation. You have become the opposite sign. So the woman takes on the energy of the baby. So if an ox woman has a goat baby, they become a goat. It's a Frankenstein situation, and they usually get cancer, health issues, bad luck, misfortunes, all sorts of things, including financial loss. So you are literally changing your wife if you pop an enemy kid in her. Literally. So if your wife has an enemy child, let's say all the guys in here, not trying, it's not the end of the world. All the guys in here, if your wife is born in the year of the ox, and in 2027, her first child is a goat, she has now become a goat. Your wife is going to start acting like a different person. How many people in here have a wife or kids, and as soon as they had a baby with that woman, she completely changed to a different person? Women either change upon birthing a child positively or extremely negatively. That baby is a literal part of that woman. And when you have a child in your enemy year, it's a Frankenstein situation. An ox becomes a goat becomes an ox. You are morphing. Now, are there hidden advantages of this? Of course. Are there hidden disadvantages? Oh, you betcha. That's how that works. So, I use the Frankenstein example not to be offensive, but it's the truth. It is what it is. Notice dogs, like a dog, a male dog, almost has no clue when he has puppies, right? The men have a connection to the child, but it doesn't work the same way as the woman. Shout out to the Jewish religion. You'll notice a lot of that with the woman is there. Some of it's right, some of it's not. At least debated within the Jewish worlds. It depends if you're Orthodox. But there's a real precedent on the woman and the connection to the baby and the woman. They just maybe articulate it a little bit differently than GG33. Okay? Now, when we look at people born in goat years, let's see here. I think I answered her question. What's her husband? What's your husband? Yeah, I didn't see your husband's energy. So obviously, if your husband's an ox, to the person in here who, the $99, Isabella, if you have a husband who's an ox, don't have a kid next year. But that's just wanted to answer your question. Anything else I can help you with? Yeah, if you have a 6 life path child, you are helping your family's future. So if you decide to have a child 12/28, 2027, that's really good for your family's future. 6s are all about the home and the family. Now, let me go on a 6 rant here. Let's go into this. Everyone in here, If you have someone born on the 6th, 15th, 24th, or a 6 life path in total helping you, they represent time in the matrix. They are literally time trying to help you. Let them help you. 6 represents time in the matrix. So when a 6 life path is doing favors for you in life, like I have 6s around me who I really respect, and all of a sudden, as soon as I turned 28, 29 years old, my life changed, and I had a bunch of 6 life paths around me. 6 represent time. It says, Chris, you're about to get rich. Chris, your life is about to completely change. So if you ever start seeing a bunch of people born in the 6th, 15th, 24th, or 6 life paths in total, and they're positive and helping you, they represent time in the matrix, and that is literally the simulation trying to help you. And 6s come into your life when the timing is right, because 6 represents time. This is extremely important. So a lot of people don't understand how deep this works. So if you have a father, if you have a mother, if you have a daughter, to the person who put a $99 chat in here, super chats, I'm reading every paid reading. I will give more to the people who pay more. Obviously, that's how it works, because I'm not going to short people. But if you start having 6 life paths in your life, if you start seeing that change, and it happens a lot of times. So let's go back to this for clips, right? A lot of times, people turn 28 years old and start getting a bunch of 6s around them. People born in the 6th, 15th, 24th, or 6 life paths in total, they're trying to help you get rich. What's the best way to get rich? Family, God, responsibility, the prime creator. Notice the first vowel in God is O. O is the 15th letter of the alphabet. 1 plus 5 equals 6. It's very important to understand that 6 energy is very linked to the prime creator. 33 energy is very linked to the prime creator. So if you get a bunch of 33s around you at any point in your life, the matrix is starting to give you influence. It's starting to put you on. You need to either take it or leave it, but time will move on without you. You are a character in the matrix, and you only have so many opportunities. And when your opportunities run up, you pass away, or it moves on from you and you become a loser. You become the dude who's 68 years old, eating cat food out of a place in the middle of nowhere. That's what happens. People get lost in the simulation. The most entertaining outcome in the simulation is the most likely viewed by a third party. That's not my words, that's the words of Elon Musk. So literally, the people that run this world understand that this is a simulation. You don't think it's weird? Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, there was a cartoon where he crashed in a helicopter and they made him give all of his championship rings away, and then he died years later in a helicopter accident. The matrix works off manifestation. That's why stuff like voodoo, tarot are extremely dangerous unless you know what you're doing. I encourage you to stay away from getting, let's go back to this. I'll say it. I'll say this. I encourage you, if you're in here, to get tarot readings if you like. That's fine. I want to make everyone aware of something, though. I encourage you to buy tarot readings from other people. I do not encourage you necessarily to read your own cards. There's a secret to this. The reason why is everything works off manifestation. So if I got up today and I saw the death card and I allowed that to remotely affect me in any kind of way, I've screwed the day up. Here's another thing. Chris, the death card doesn't mean it's bad. Totally get it. I refuse to look at anything negative. You're not going to sit there and put a death card in front of my face on my time on earth. That's not going to happen, right? Am I an expert in tarot? Absolutely. Do I know more about tarot? Have I forgotten more than most people know? Yes. I know the whole numerical side of it, the whole code side of it. The problem with tarot is manifestation. That person who made that tarot deck was a 33 life path. Let's go back to tarot. The number 1 tarot deck on earth was drawn by a 33 life path woman. All of the art in the Rider Tarot deck was drawn by a 33 life path female. You're in her world every time you read those cards. Every time you step into that deck, you are in her world. Understand that she has energy. She had a birthday, a life path, and that may not be congruent to you. You know, tarot. Let's go back into tarot, why I'm hammering tarot. Tarot is a rat institution. So tarot has the word rat in it. Enemies to the horse. Be very careful with tarot in a horse year because tarot is all manipulation, which is the rat enemy to the horse. So tarot rides off of all that. Anything that is manipulative in a horse year will be punished. Anything. That's how we, you know, and that's really important for this year. Chris, how much are your paid readings? Yes. So I have readings on chrisgg33.com starting at $89. That is a written report. We have $233 to get with me on the phone. We have multiple other products for $575, 2-hour masterclass from me. So $575 is my masterclass for 2 hours. I'm throwing the house at you. Then we have $233, which is an hour phone call, and I'm not overly concerned with time, but you know, obviously there's levels to it. I do make sure you get all your questions taken care of, so there's tons of effort there. I never short people. If we small talk for 15 minutes, doesn't matter. And then the third option, I believe, obviously is the written report. So chrisgg33.com, readings start at, of course, $89. We have, you know, $89, $233, and $575. Really good product. The best product, you know, that I offer is really your initial product, just getting your foot in the door. If you don't have money, $89. If you have money, come talk to me, because that's how that works. And really, when we look at the year ahead, we have like 170 days of horse year remaining. I believe it's like 172. Chat can fact check me there. You know, there's still time to turn around 2026. If you were born in a horse, dog, or tiger year, there is still time to turn around 2026. Any other sign for that matter. If you're like me, you're probably thinking the year's slipping away. You got your big year coming up or your enemy year coming up. Come to chrisgg33.com to basically forecast your life. And that's the biggest thing. You know, I put this in my, my story, but when we look at my product, the product I gives you, how do I say this? My product is different than anybody else, okay? When I give you this product, you want to basically record it. You want to take notes. What I am giving you is not something that is a physical product, but it can turn into a physical product if you never get rid of the reading. So I encourage everyone in here, if you get a reading, record it. Everything that I teach you guys in here, write it down in a book. Because you never know. One day YouTube will be shut down. This won't, exist anymore. Who knows? Maybe AI goes rogue in 2027 and the whole internet is wiped out. We don't know. In the back half of 2027, I forecast, not financial advice, an extremely negative financial year. I think it could be the stock market, a cataclysmic event. Who knows what it's going to be? Crypto. You want to prepare now. And the product I provide gives you an edge on other people, because it lets you know what you're going to do, and it lets you know their moves as well. So like your moves, their moves, everyone else's, it's very important. Now, I'm trying to read super chats. I'm getting texts here, so I apologize. Hope everyone's having a good day. Let's see here. Yeah, you want to know your best moves as well as your opponent's next moves. That's why you want to go to chrisgg33.com, forecast your life, get it together. I give you a wealth blueprint, a blueprint for your future, companies, LLCs. We can talk about it all. chrisgg33.com. Now, let's see here. One sec. Got a little text message. Got to look. Okay. Thought Gary was texting me. All right. Well, I'm here for however long I'm here. So let's keep it going. I got to go to Boca in a little bit. But that's all right. If G's watching here, I'm good. I'll stay as long. I don't mind. My cousin lives out in Boca. I got to go there. Be going there for the first time in a very long time. Shout out to anyone out in Boca Raton. Very, very beautiful place. and I forget what the energy is. Someone type in the Q app, see what Boca is founded. Boca was voted America's #1 city or Florida's #1 city this year. Sunny Isles, I believe, won it last year or this year. I have no idea. There's a couple polls. All right, let's see here. Let's go to the chat. I'm trying to look at the chat here. Get back in here. So today's a 5-day. Get out of the house. After you're listening to this masterclass, go ahead and travel. Hang out with the wife. Have some fun. Maybe make some babies. You know, white people need more babies, right? If you're white in here and you got a white wife, have some more babies. If you're anyone, have some more babies, right? This has nothing to do with race, but white people, you know, come on, guys. Come on. Let's see. Someone said Blue Eye Club. Oh, let's go into eyes for a minute. So people's eyes, if you have green eyes, you can see the truth in things. So people who have green eyes, hazel eyes, teal, bluish eyes, like Gary, can see through the lies of things. You know, there's a reason why the genealogists of the 40s, 50s had a thing or two with blue eyes and green eyes. I'm not saying they were right. I hate Nazis. I hate Hitler. I hate it all, okay? My family, Araldo Gaston, was the commander of the Italian military. He was a member of parliament, and he hunted down Nazis. But going back to the point, I don't even know where I was going with this. Doesn't matter. Blue eyes, green eyes. Oh yeah, the Aryan stuff, right? So people who have blue eyes can sometimes be very programmable, right? They can either program or be programmed. Green eyes are the people that can always tell if you're lying. So the worst woman to lie to is a woman with green eyes. A lot of witches have green eyes. A lot of the royal family, if you look really closely, will have green eyes. So another thing I'll tell you is brown eyes are very serious. These are the most disciplined people in life. Second most disciplined people in life. The second most disciplined people in life are the people with brown eyes. People with black eyes are the most disciplined and require the least sleep. People with eyes that reflect and are black almost require no sleep. You're going to see a lot of pilots with these really weird looking black eyes. A lot of people in NASA. Just pimped you guys some game here. Eyology. I coined it, Chris GG33. Eyology. Do we have that yet? Put it on the Q app, guys. Eyology. Perfect. Now, when we look at eyes, I think we covered it. Blue eyes are programmed and can program and be programmable, right? Green eyes see through the truth and lies of things. You know, black eyes don't require much sleep, very serious. And if you ever see someone's eyes that are black and reflect, they may have killed somebody, all right? Not all of them, just I'd say a decent percent. We'll go into other things about eyes. So how do you want to, should I say this, chat? Should I do it? There's no going back if I do this. All right. I think I said this before, but we'll say it again. If I didn't, I don't want to offend people. If you want to know if a woman has an extremely high body count, one of her eyes will be crooked, okay? If a woman has an extremely high body count, minus health issues, her eyes will be extremely crooked. One eye will be a lazy eye way off to the other side. And as her body count goes up, it gets worse and worse and worse, right? That's the most important thing to understand. So you can tell by a couple things, moles, right? We're not going to give that game here. That's for Q, eyology, whatever. Okay, let's go to more birthdays. Let's see here. Let me refresh the chat, guys. I can't get the chat on here, so if I've been a little bit delayed today, I have no chat up here. I don't know why. Let's see if I can get this thing to open up. All right, I can't even. All right, it's fine. Let's go. So we did the goat. Let's see. Yeah, put your birthdays in. Likes in the chat. Likes in the chat. Comments in the chat. Share this. If you guys like me, right? Support me. If you guys want this stuff out from someone born in a pig year, Gary is the absolute GOAT. Nobody is as good as Gary. You know, I met Gary when I was extremely young. My family consulted him for years. And I watched him go from A to Z, right? You're going to get a different flavor from me, right? No one is the GOAT other than Gary. But I'm going to try to be the GOAT of the younger generation. That's my goal for you guys. I'm going to try to give as much value as I possibly can. I don't know why super chats are not showing up. So hold on one second, guys. So all the super chats have gone missing here. I don't know what this is. 1 second. This is odd. Hold on. This is crazy. I'm trying to get this to work. 1 second, guys. All right. All right, I think I got it, guys. Appreciate you guys. All right. Okay, so before then, just so you guys know, the last 20 minutes, all my super chats have been gone. I've been trying to fix this problem the whole time by actually and simultaneously talking the entire time. Okay, so let's do this. We've gone through this 2/5/2001. So 2/5/2001. Let's double check your birthday. So you should be a snake, but we don't know. So we're gonna go to the Q app, the ultimate numerology and astrology app in the game. The highest people in the world are behind this app. It's amazing. Let's do it. So 2/5, what I'm doing is type it in the calendar. 2/5, because we want to double check this is a snake. Right, back in the day, your boy would have to go to Wikipedia. Okay, 2/5/2001, the year of the snake. Is it also okay? Is it okay? Also, is it okay to get readings from your enemy sign? Yes, it is absolutely okay to get readings from your enemy sign. Why is this? Well, number one, your enemy sign is a pure 33 life path pig, born 5/4/1995, yours truly. 33 life paths, especially pure, are synonymous with snake energy. Do you know my two best friends are snakes? I run with all snakes. I'm like protected by a big cobra and a python. And you know who you are, right? I get along really, really, really well with snakes. You know, I know snakes in my life, men and women in business, that have never stolen from me. I've left hundreds of dollars on the table. They never stole from me. It's crazy, right? But 33 is a big giant snake. Do you get it? What's the number one number that hits back like Charlie Sheen, who doesn't take any crap? 33 life paths. 33 is a giant snake. And the number 8 is also like a snake. 8s have a little tinge of snake energy in them. 8 is the number of karma. 8s are really vengeful. So 8 life paths have hidden snake energy in their number, and they're vengeful as hell. Wouldn't you say karma is a bitch and hella vengeful? Oh yeah, that's the snake, that's the 33. The next example, if you're a snake, is, I'll put it to you this way, you learn the most from your enemy. You learn the most from your opposite sign, right? So Gary the numbers guy chose me as his first original founding student. I'm the guy who came up with the name GG33. Obviously, Gary really came up with the name. It was his old MySpace password. I'm like, yo. And he loved it. He's like, let's go with it. It was me, Tiffany Kennedy. Gary the numbers guy obviously is the founder. He started this stuff way back in 2001, guys. I've been running with him since really my family and I, 07, 2011, when GG33 began. You know, that's how it works. You know, if you want to learn your weaknesses, learn from your enemy sign. So if you're a goat, learn from an ox. Goats are soft, oxes are strong. That exposes your weak spot. If you're a pig, learn from a snake. Snakes are vengeful, pigs are anti-vengeful, right? If you are a horse, your enemy is a rat. Rats are manipulative and not stubborn. Horses are stubborn, right? A lot of horses born 1966, 1978, 1990, 2002 are ruining 2026 horse year for them because they're screwing over family by being too stubborn. Friends, you name it, they're getting in their own way with job opportunities. They're trying to flex instead of get stuff done. That's their biggest problem, right? The rat is always about working with people. Red pill Aries, right? Red pill Aries is willing to work with anyone that is high quality. He cares about not being stubborn and helping people. His enemy is like, nah, F him, man, F that. Like, they're different. They're different. One's not right, one's not wrong. They're different, right? Now, when we look at Red Pill Aries, that's the rat's strength. Networking, being charismatic like Tony Robbins. Some people call that charisma manipulative. The horse does its own thing like Myron Gaines, who literally works his ass off 7 to 10 hours a day in the studio and does it his way. The horse is in its stable. The horse is on its own property. It keeps that line. It wants that line. The rat is doing all sorts of different things. That's how it works. Now, another question, another thing I want to tell you is this. What can pigs teach a snake, right? Pigs can teach a snake to joke around a lot more and be less serious. What can snakes teach a pig? Snakes can teach a pig to be extremely wise and methodical and patient. Boars and pigs overdo everything. Snakes understand timing. Steve Wynn is someone that I've learned more than I've learned from Steve Wynn more than almost anybody else, other than Gary the Numbers Guy. So there's 3 snakes I've learned from. And honestly, let's likes in the chat. Likes in the chat, share this. Come on, guys, right? What I need is your support. So I want to come back here. Honestly, guys, when I don't see a lot of likes, support, I don't really want to come back. I haven't been back here in a month. And when it's not lit in the chat, when I don't have support, I don't want to do it. That's because of being born in the year of the pig. But let's go into this. There are 3 people I've learned from the most in life. The first is Gary Grinberg, Gary the Numbers Guy. So 3 people I've learned from the most in life. First is Gary the Numbers Guy, born in the year of the snake. Second is Steve Wynn, born in the year of the snake. Third is Floyd Mayweather. And tied for second is Roger, Golden Ram. His changes and stuff like that. Roger, right? And he's a snake. So the top guys, all in GG33, I've had the privilege to learn from. Gary the Numbers Guy, snake. Roger, snake, right? All the other snakes involved behind the scenes, like the person who runs all of my stuff, I've learned tons from him. He's a 6 life path snake. 5/16/2001. I've learned tons from these people, whether it be websites, learning from behind the scenes, how they manage things, right? So I am a pig, but I have learned the most from snakes. If you are a snake, you will learn the most from pigs. As a matter of fact, Gary the Numbers Guy studied Ronald Reagan, born in the year of the pig, an 11 life path pig. His first mentor in radio, not mentor, but Gary the Numbers Guy's first, big radio host that took him under his wing was Mike Trevisano, born in the year of the pig. And Gary got his big break with Mike in 2007, the year of the pig, right? So your opposite, your enemy, will have a hidden infatuation and respect for you. It's like, they're almost enamored. Dana White's biggest hero is Michael Jordan. And Dana White said he knows if he is never supposed to meet him. So Dana White says his biggest hero, so Dana White's biggest hero, I would say mentor in some ways on winning, is Michael Jordan. And they're enemy signs. And he says he knows he's never supposed to meet him. What does Dana White know? So Dana White came out and's like, I know I'm never supposed to meet Michael Jordan, but he's my biggest hero. Dana is a rooster. Michael Jordan is a cat. Opposite enemy signs, but he's infatuated with him. But he knows in the physical world, they're not really supposed to meet. So that's how this works, you know, on a big time level. Guys, I am on no sleep as usual. 33s don't sleep much. So if you know me, I've been tweeting since like 5 in the morning. So this is pretty good no sleep. Talking like 100 miles a minute. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna learn the most from your enemy sign, right? That's a hack in life. You know, Gary years ago didn't want me to talk about that. The problem is we're still setting you up for an L because you don't know how to do it. In the physical world, there's a way that you deal with your enemy. Me and Gary are the only people that know this, and Roger, a few other people. There's a secret to when you hang out with your enemy sign, you do certain things. Gary knows it. I know that secret. Okay? There are certain things that each enemy sign bonds over. That's how the Matrix brings them together to rip them apart. Okay? But if you are a practitioner, you can know what things to do and not to do. And that'll save, you a lot of headaches. So like if you're a pig and you're with the snake woman, but you love numerology and you're a pig, boom, gave you guys some game, right? So snakes and pigs bond over gambling and games of luck and chance. The pig loves to be lucky and the snake loves statistical analysis. Bonded together. The pig loves sex. The snake loves sex. They all meet in Las Vegas. Las Vegas and I'll come out and say this. Las Vegas is a snake and it's founded in a pig year as well. So Las Vegas is originally founded in the year of the snake, but the Welcome to Las Vegas sign says since 1959, the year of the pig, or it says since 1959 or whatever, or it's got a pig year on it. See how they're bonded together? It is what it is. So they're intertwined. Very, very much so. Tupac Shakur was born in the year of the pig and he was killed in Las Vegas, a snake city, his enemy city, and lost his life in a BMW. It's funny how a lot of rappers are killed in BMWs. So I know not Tekashi. Oh my God. There's been a few. So BMW is the one that a lot of people go down in. BMW has 7 energy in it. 7 is the number of the murder. I just gave you some game there. I shouldn't have said that. Whoops, my bad. So 7 is the number of the murder. And you will see a lot of BMWs, murders happen with them. So the one rapper that's Triple X was murdered in his BMW. Tupac murdered in his BMW. BMW created by Carl Rapp, a 32nd degree Freemason. BMW is the owner of Rolls-Royce, which is the official car company of the elite, right? Rolls-Royce begins with an R-O, like Rolex, Royal, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Romanov. That's how it works, right? It is what it is. Pimping you guys some game. More super chats, more likes. Come on, guys. I hope everyone is having a good day. You know what I hope you guys do today? I hope you have fun in the bedroom. I hope you go ahead and get that girl you wanted. I hope you go ahead and use this energy. If you're a guy, this is like a field day if you're single. If you're a woman and you're trying to find a high-level guy, today is your day. Today's your day to actually maybe slide in that guy's DMs because you know they're not going to DM you, right? The high-level men aren't DMing anymore. Those days are over to some extent. The game has changed, right? What did Gary say? The top 10% of men are sleeping with the majority of women at this point. They did some statistical analysis, right? So on a double 5 day, you accomplish that. This is also a great day to throw a banger party. I want you guys to have fun today, right? If you're gonna have fun, have it on a double 3 day or a double 5-day. There's not a better energy. So Friday was a double 3-day, and today is a double 5-day. So by all means, enjoy yourself today. Today is a celebration. The first vowel in celebrate is E, the 5th letter, right? That's how it works. This language is coded to just about everything, right? Entertainment, celebration, fun is a 3-letter word. On SpongeBob SquarePants as kids, they brainwashed you over and over again to know fun is a 3-letter word. You should know all about it or whatever. I believe that the powers that be, and let's go into all the shows that they hide stuff in, right? So the movies Frozen 1, 2, and 3 for kids teach you about magic. Frozen teaches you that water holds memory, right? Teaching you magic. You look at other ones like Elements, the movie for kids. They're teaching you direct magic. And I know that the billionaire class puts this out there so their kids can learn it, and they talk to it with their kids. So the billionaire class puts stuff in Frozen, movies like Elements, and they hide stuff in it so their kids can learn the real truth. That's actually how it works. Their kids go to special schools, and they're taught this stuff via allegory, right? So that's a little secret. Another show, His Dark Materials on HBO, is really, really good. They teach you magic. They teach you at 13 years old, you lose your child essence. So at 13 years old, a dog's life is about 13 years. And God puts dogs in your life to watch out for children. So God puts dogs in the family to watch out for the child until it's an adult. That's why the life of a dog is about 13 to 15 years. Kind of sad, right? But beautiful. And where am I going with this? Everything is allegory, right? Everything is hidden in plain sight. So it's the 13 reasons why. You're going to notice this stuff. So they put out a show, and it's called 13 Reasons Why, right? And what they don't tell you is that there's 13 families, okay? What they don't tell you is BMW runs commercials saying M is the most powerful letter of the alphabet. Every BMW which owns Rolls-Royce, their cars are M1, M2, M3, and beyond. M is the 13th letter, right? 13 stripes on the flag, 13 colonies, right? 12 jurors, 1 judge, 13. 12 planets, 1 sun, 13. Over and over again. It is hidden within plain sight. The San Francisco 49ers, 4 plus 9 equals 13. The 76ers, 7 plus 6 equals 13. Everything they do is allegory, right? So the Freemasons, Masonry is allegory, right? The Bible is allegory, and they're teaching you through numbers. Jesus Christ died at 33. There's 33 degrees, the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It takes Mach 33 to get from Earth to outer space. Water stays in liquid movement form regardless of wind chill at exactly precisely 33 degrees, right? That's how this stuff works. There's 33 columns to the spinal cord. Everything is an allegory. Friday the 13th, 1307, correct. That's when, all the Knights Templar were murdered. The modern day Freemasons were murdered in cold blood. And then they, went under in hiding, regrouped. And that's why you have the famous group called Demolay, Jacques Demolay. Demolay is a group for the younger Freemasons to join before they're older. So Demolay, famous people who were in Demolay, Bill Clinton, Demolay, Walt Disney, Demolay. Disney, all the Disney characters wear white gloves due to Freemasonry. Now you know. So Walt Disney, a Demolay, which is the young version of Freemasonry, the beginning of Freemasonry, he made all the characters have white gloves. Very, very important to understand. If you ever shake hands with people, wear white gloves. You're going to look ridiculous, but it actually acts as a spiritual condom. That's why Queen Elizabeth, Kate Middleton, they still wear those gloves. Don't think that the royals wear those gloves for no reason. Many reasons. go back to the chat. Let's see here. Guys, no sleep. Gary called me in out of the bullpen, right? I live next door. So I had to come in out of the bullpen. I've been tweeting since 3 in the morning. All right, let's see. 10-hour spaces. Likes in the chat. Share this. Comment. Subscribe. Everyone subscribe to GG33 Chris on here. Go to chrisgg33.com. YouTube, GG33Chris. IG at ChrisGG33 _. Twitter, 142,000 followers on X at ChrisGG33. So there you go. Chris, a good teacher, W. Someone said, keep doing your 666 hand sign, clown. I'm a 28, interesting. Let's see here. Likes in the chat. Let's try to get 300 likes in here. 500 likes. More likes. I'm slaving away right now. Slaving. You know, I should get a literal sponsorship from this company. Literal. All right. 8/31/1991 male. My dad goat 8. My mom a 28 ox. The family business has been the bane of my life. They are retiring. What should I do? Woo. All right. All right, well, here's the good news, okay? You are entering into your 22/4 personal cycle on August 31st of 2026. It is about build, baby, build this year. You're going to have to watch out for the law. You're going to have to be extremely disciplined. And yeah, this year is going to be all about work, and you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. In your 4 personal cycle, what you want to do is take as many job interviews as you possibly can. You want to go ahead and, you know, try to get that high-paying job that you never thought you can get. That's what you want to do this year, my man. Now, the next thing I want you to be aware of is goat year is coming up. And you said that the family business has been the bane of my life, the majority of your life. What should I do? Is there any way to get a hold of the family business? So if you're in the chat, can you get are you able to take control? Because taking control of the family business would be great in 2027. If you're born in 1967, 1979, 91, 2003, this is your year coming up in 2027. So maybe you want to take control of it. If you're going to do something as a goat, you know, what do you want to do? Well, goats make money in a variety of different areas. Number one, goats dominate in the private sector. Goats do really well, like all the major guys who own the security agencies, like all those security, like AI systems like that the government uses, they're all goats. Goats are in the private sector like Andrew Carnegie. Pigs are in the public sector and the private sector. Goats don't want the sauce. So number one, stay in the private sector. You can go into politics as a goat, but be ready to take the heat. Like Gavin Newsom is a goat. He can take the heat. You know, it is what it is. But what should you do? Negotiation, deal making, marketing behind the scenes, and invention. You take ideas and you give them to people so they can build that idea. Steve Jobs was born in the year of the goat. And he was really good at just telling people what to do because he couldn't do it. He couldn't actually do it with his hands, but his mind was a Ferrari. Goats have a mind of a Ferrari when it comes down to invention and concepts, but they have a very difficult time building those concepts and inventions. So Andrew Carnegie grew up in the steel mills. He was born in the year of the goat. He was one of the richest men in world history, but he really didn't want to be in the trenches. And he had a rooster in the trenches who ended up screwing up his entire business because roosters treat people really, really hardcore. You know, if you're LeBron, you're going to get kicked off the Heat by Pat Riley, a rooster, because you're eating cookies. They're crazy like that. So I don't know, your mom's at 28. I don't see why you couldn't take the company. That's how you do it. It's called Succession. You ever watch the show Succession? See if you can negotiate. Goats are the best negotiators, right? The problem with goats is that they're often extremely greedy. Greedy begins with the G. G is the 7th letter. And they steal a lot. And they kill with kindness. If you're a goat, stop being greedy. Stop killing with just kindness. Give gifts. Notice gift begins with goat. Give people gifts. Because if you're born in 1979, 1991, 2003, and you're just being nice to people all the time, they're going to see right through it. Because life's about what have you done for me lately? What the hell have you done for me lately? That's life. And goats kill you with kindness. So they say all these nice things, but they don't always do things for you. They don't like to pay. They don't like to always reciprocate. Not all goats. See, goat is the 8th sign. The 8 is fat on the top, skinny in the middle, and fat on the bottom. Goats are either rich or poor. That is why the goat is not the richest sign. That's why. I believe that the pig, the 12th sign, the luckiest sign, the first trillionaire, the richest man in world history, John D. Rockefeller and Elon Musk, born in pig years, I think the stats indicate that the pig is absolutely the richest sign. Because the goat has it and then they lose it like Bill Gates. They go up and down in money. 8 is the number of money, power, and karma. Now, female goats might have everybody beat. Because the goat is the 8th sign and the woman represents 2, 28, baby, right in front of you. That's why all those goat women are born into the richest families. They have all sorts of success early in life. They got it made. And the goat men are vain, broke losers typically. Why? 1 + 8 = 9. 9 is the number of a vain, broke loser at times. That's it. A guy who dresses really well, drives a Porsche, but he's $200K in debt. Yeah, that's your 1991 goat. We all know one in here, Not to be mean, I love goats. I really do. I absolutely do. But the truth is when you're a karmic sign, you steal. It's not you in here in the chat. If you're born in 1967, 1979, 1991, 2003, and you're offended by this, I'm your best friend. I'm just telling you what half of you guys are like. I bet you guys don't even like each other. All you 03 goats in here, yeah, I know who you are. You 91 goats in here, you didn't even really get along with some of your class. You know what I mean? Like you guys were peaceful, but you guys realized how manipulative and just deceitful killing people with kindness is, and that's what all of them do. All right? Jimmy Kimmel is a goat. Bill Gates is a goat. There's many goats that we can go through that are examples, but I think one of the best examples is Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom could sell water to a fish. He's born in the year of the goat. People born in goat years are amazing marketers. 67, 79, 91, 2003, 2015. They're going to be the future's marketers, right? The capitalists are the pigs. The marketers are the goats. The assassins are the cats. The politicians are the pigs. The negotiators are the goats. And the cat is the do-it-all assassin. The cat is the psychologist. So the most successful trine, it is what it is, as far as on average with success, is the pig, cat, and the goat. You have psychology, politics, and negotiation. It's very simple. Psychology, politics, negotiation. Three things you need to get wildly, wildly rich, right? Each trine is not necessarily friends, okay? I want you to look at the trines as representing different authorities, okay? So the pig, cat, and the goat trine represent the authority of psychology, politics, and psychology. The snake, ox, and rooster represent military with the rooster, wisdom with the snake, ox, enforcer, body language, as well as material world banking. So stock market is the ox, right? Snake is wisdom, rooster is the military. So military, stocks, right? You get the whole point. You get how this stuff works. So they represent different entities. So when you are looking to make peace, you consult the entity of peace, which is the year of the goat. When you are looking for revenge, I just call Gary. Year of the snake, right? So you guys can say what you want. Doesn't matter. I'm surrounded by snakes for a reason. I'm a 33 life path, which is synonymous with the snake, pure. Okay? And I keep my snake pit plentiful because snakes are the most vengeful. I don't need to be vengeful when my friends are. If I want someone taken care of, it's one phone call, right? You see friendly Chris on here, Chris just has to make one phone call. That's it. That's how that works. So if you are a pig and you have snake friends, right? If you're a pig and you have people born in the year of the snake around you and they're good to you, be good to them. Shout out to Weed Pig, Sam in here, right? That's how that works because pigs and snakes together, they counter for their weaknesses. When I'm around Gary, Gary is more lucky in some ways. When Gary's around me, I get more wisdom from him, right? It rubs off the same way. So it doesn't always, when you can make peace, and I'm going to give Roger credit here, big time credit. Roger, Golden Ram. I'm really bad with Twitter @names, but Roger is one of the top guys in all GG33. Obviously, I'd like to say myself, of course. But I learned from Roger as a young buck when I was 15, 16 years old. Gary, the numbers guy, right? And Roger told me that, and I'll give it to everybody, 2000 began the year of the feminine era. 2 is the number of peace. Since the year 2000 hit, you want to make peace with your enemy a lot more. So if you are a pig and you can make peace with a snake, you guys are going to be like Teflon Don, the cartel, the Gambino family, the ultimate cartel. Because imagine a pig 33 life path and a snake 33 life path taking on the Matrix. That's how it works. You are literally trumping its system in certain ways. So when you have your enemy around you, they can help. Let's say you're an ox and you're best friends with the goat and you trust him like a brother. You can bring that goat into a business meeting because he's going to keep you peaceful. He's going to calm it down. The ox is always like boom, 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 right? Enforcer, right? They're like Hitler, right? It is what it is. Pablo Escobar born in an ox year. Hitler born in an ox year. I believe Osama bin Laden born in an ox year. It is what it is. Obama born in an ox year. You think Obama's soft? Say what you want about his sexual orientation. Do you think Obama is soft? No. No. The last person you want to be enemies with in America is Obama and Trump. Those are the last 2 people you want to be enemies with. That's how that works. Obama is an ox. So if you are a goat, your bouncer, a bouncer could be an ox for you. It could work, but you have to have a relationship. Peace is the most important thing. Why is this? 2000 and on is the number of peace because 2 is the number of the female, 1 is the number of the male, 1 + 2 + 3 = 6, the number of the home and family, a man, a woman, and a child. Okay, and then 1900, 1800, every year before. So making peace, not friends, not necessarily hanging out every day, making peace with your enemy is so important. Because if your enemy knights you, like Gary knighted me, or puts you on, you're good forever. Because it is literally like half of the matrix is you and half of the matrix is them. There's 6 signs, 6 pockets of signs. You have 12 signs total. 6 signs kind of get along and 6 signs kind of get along. That's a little secret, right? So half the people are going to like Gary, half the people are going to like me, right? I'm never going to be, I'm not saying, like, no one is as popular, as entertaining, as charismatic as Gary the numbers guy. Very few people at his age, at any age, could do this, could do what he does. I don't know how the guy does it, right? It's painful for me to come on here. I like support, chats, likes, it is what it is. It takes me a lot of dopamine. Gary, could just turn it on. It's crazy. He's so good at what he does, right? And you always want to give respect to your opposite enemy sign. That's so important. Okay, let's go through more super chats here. Hope everyone's having a good day. Get work done in the bedroom, right? Your homework today. Anyone who is an adult, 18 or above, of course, we're only speaking to adults here. Your work is to put in work in the bedroom if you're in a relationship. If you are trying to, get with girls, today's your big day, right? If you are Zerka, today is like the Super Bowl, right? We got a double 5-day in here. If you are a pickup artist, today is the official Super Bowl to go to the supermarket, clubs, you name it. It's a shame it fell on a not the best day. What is today? A Sunday, guys? Is today Sunday? I don't look at days. I don't need to. I don't have a real, I don't have to work a 9-to-5 job. Thanks to Gary, the numbers guy, right? Thanks to Gary. I haven't had to work. I don't even know what a real job is. I haven't had to work a real job. Oh my God. I worked for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Was the last real job I've worked for. I got hired by Dan Gilbert, Gary's big enemy. See how it works? I was benefited by my friend. My friend, Gary the numbers guy, hates Dan Gilbert and Dan Gilbert hates him. But Dan Gilbert likes me. Me and Gary, opposite signs. Boom, bada bing. I wouldn't have got the job at the Cleveland Cavaliers unless I had Gary as a friend. So you got to know how to work the system. How do you pay? ChrisGG33.com. Likes in the chat, shares in the chat, right? Hang on one sec. Be right back. My bad. Thought I heard somebody. All right, so where was I? Okay, go with the energy. Make peace with your friends. This is the biggest problem. GG33, listen, if you're in GG33 Academy, a GG33 supporter, if you're into Gary the Numbers Guy stuff, listen. There is a huge notion going on in here to attack your enemy sign constantly. I haven't helped it. Nobody's helped it. I'm going to reframe it. Do not always attack your enemy sign. You can work with your enemy sign from afar. And I'm not going to give in here the secrets, the hacks to do that, because that's what makes people like me and Gary rich. And that's what makes my clients a lot of money. But there is a way that you can do it. But you got to know the right year to make friends with them. You got to know how. There's connections that I won't even talk about. Example, hint for ChrisGG33.com. There's a connection to your opposite sign and their family and parents and their children. Boom. That's just one sliver of the secret. Someone said sex is a scam. For men, it's kind of a scam. It's a lot of work for a few moments of euphoria. So there you go. I got your comment in there on a 5-day. More chats. I'm reading anybody. If you send money in, I'm going to try to give you a reading. I'm trying my best in here to read the posts, right, as they come through. And Gary's computer's, on some next level Jetson stuff here. So I am learning at 31 years old here. So I'm a pure 33 life path. People asked in here, I'm born 5/4/1995. I'm a pure 33 life path. Born on the 4th, just like America. I'm America's soul mate as well. And that's how that works. So when it comes down to me in this country, I do really well. I'm actually going to pull up a post here. And I kind of want to go through this, if you guys don't mind, because we're going to, try to ice something for good. So when it comes down to people born in monkey years, people born in monkey years are extremely, extremely lucky in the United States of America. So if you're born in a monkey year, you're born in the luckiest country you could possibly be born in, because America's founded 1776, the year of the monkey. And the biggest thing I want you to know is just because you're a monkey doesn't mean you're going to make it in America. A monkey country, you're literally born in just a year. Some people are born in the 4th, some people are 32s. Unless you have that, you just don't got it like them. Monkey year, there's an 8.3% chance you're born in the year of the monkey. There's a 3.3% chance that you are born on the 4th. Try to trump that. And then next, the rarest is a raw 32 life path, like Gary the Numbers guy's wife, who is a 32, and that's why Gary got wildly rich in America, because she is best friends to America. So remember, if you are born on the 4th, let's go right into this. The luckiest 3 energies in America are the following. Someone born in the year of the monkey is 3rd. Someone born on the 4th is 2nd. And the most lucky is someone who is a raw 32 life path born July 4th, 1992. That is the luckiest birthday in America. July 4th, 1992 should be it. That's a 5 life path. So if you're looking for the luckiest people in the world, they're born July 4th, they're born in the 4th, they're a 32 life path, then they're born in the year of the monkey, because numerology always supersedes. And monkeys are the most arrogant sign and the most genius sign, but they lack wisdom. Okay? So I was fair, monkeys. Monkeys are arrogant and extremely genius at the same time, but they lack wisdom. So a monkey can get you to Mars, but he can't get you back. A monkey could get you to the moon, but he's like, uh-oh, I didn't think of a way back. That's how people born in monkey years are. Now, if you're born in a monkey year, you're going to do best with dragons, because dragons tell you what the hell to do. You are literally born to be told what to do because you're so smart. You're so intelligent. But that intelligence causes you problems. Sometimes you meddle. Sometimes you get in drama. Sometimes you get bored. You start talking shit. That's how a monkey is, right? So when you get out of line like a child, someone's got to bring you back in, and that's a dragon. That's why it's the best combo, right? Rats are too manipulative for monkeys. Monkeys need to be told directly what the fuck to do. A rat manipulates the monkey indirectly, and a monkey doesn't know what to do. Sometimes rats are so indirect, it fucks with the monkey's head. So someone born in 96 tells someone in 92 what to do, but it's indirect. Monkey needs to go, here's what to do, here's when you need it, and I need it done now. You know, like basically you tell a monkey what the fuck to do, and you tell him when you need it done. You know, that's it. You know, if so, how and when. If so, how and when. Always give deadlines with monkeys. The monkey is the 9th sign, the most egotistical maniac, just like America, the most egotistical country on earth, founded 1776, the year of the monkey, and the most powerful, successful. Ego comes with success. So a lot of monkeys are egomaniacs because they deserve it. When you're the smartest person constantly, you get used to it. You can't blame people born in 1980, 92, 2004 for being egotistical because they're smart as fuck. But the thing is, they're book smart. They're not wise. You know, like a monkey rules the 3rd dimension. Aaron Judge is the greatest baseball player maybe to ever live. He's born 1992, the year of the monkey. He's a 33-6 life path. Notice Aaron goes to 6 mode in the playoffs, though. Baseball fans. Okay, so going back to that, that's how that works. So going back, if the 3 luckiest signs in America, the 3 luckiest energies in America is someone born on, let's go here. The 3 luckiest signs, let's back it up. The 3 luckiest energies in America are the following. 32 life path, the luckiest. 2nd luckiest, someone born in the 4th. 3rd luckiest, someone born in the year of the monkey. And then the luckiest, July 4th, 1992, or anyone who is a 5 life path monkey, really, really, really lucky. So that's how you crush it in life. And then Cancer is next. So, okay, you got to be born as a 32 life path. You got to be born in the 4th. You got to be born in the year of the monkey, or you got to be born in the sign of Cancer. The most powerful military in the world is America. America was founded under Cancer energy, and the most powerful navy on earth is America. Well, America's a Cancer. We have the greatest navy of all time. So America is founded under Cancer energy. We have the #1 navy in the world, and that's why we are a superpower. Nobody has our naval ships. People are going to jail for life for just taking pictures of our technology on those ships. There might be holograms on those damn things, for all people know. There's rumors that we have holographic ships, so like they can make ships appear on radar. I don't even know. That's how America is. We are so good on water. And notice, America, founded July 4th, took on the greatest military on earth, the British Army, and they were the greatest naval force on earth. America, a Cancer, fought the greatest naval force ever to exist before us, the United States military and naval force, July 4th, 1776. Notice Post Malone, everything he touches turns to gold. He's born July 4th, 1995, the year of the pig, on July 4th, just like America. Notice Jay-Z's born in the 4th. Notice Beyonce's born in the 4th. Notice Rosa Parks born in the 4th. Notice Obama's born in the 4th. America founded on the 4th. That's how it works. So yeah, like if you have a tiger mom and she has a monkey child, she has now become a monkey to some extent. That sounds funny as hell. Chris is a good teacher. Chris is doing a great job. Thank you, guys. What's the best day/number to start a company or register a company officially? The 28th of the month generally is a rule of thumb, but you guys don't know which 28th of the month, and some 28th of the month will go rich to poor really quickly. So you might make a company like, haha, I got Gary and GG33, right, on the 28th, and all of a sudden you're crushing it, then a year or two later it fizzles out. So a lot of 28s fizzle out, 8s and 22s fizzle out. So you can create a company on the 28th, the 8th, 17th, 26th, the 22nd, but they fizzle really quickly. You notice most companies never make it 5 to 6 years. Most marriages never make it 5 to 6 years. That's your enemy year. And the car value drops 1/3 in its 5th to 6th year of ownership. Okay, let's go to other questions here. What's up, Chris? My birthday is January 19th, 1993. What do you see in my future? And also, my Saturn is in Aquarius. Also, my name adds up to 28. Does that help with money? Oh, Saturn in Aquarius is incredible. So your Saturn sign is one of the most important focal points for wealth in your chart. If you have Saturn in Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and a few other signs, you're going to be really wealthy in life. The reason why is, well, the era of Pisces started in the 90s, and people with Saturn and Pisces benefit because all of our infrastructure was built under Pisces energy. All of our greatest buildings, every sports organization, every major institution is Pisces energy. And Pisces ended in 2001, but even to this day, 20 some years later, if you have Saturn in Pisces like I do, you're going to do really, really well because of it. Because quite frankly, guys, due to the 2020 and the pandemic and all that stuff, religion has had an uptick, right? So when religion is stronger, Pisces is stronger, right? The next example is Aquarius. If you have Saturn in Aquarius, go to your chart, guys. So if you have Saturn in Aquarius, what you're going to want to do is check it. You're going to be really lucky because we've been in the era of Aquarius since 2001. My YouTube channel, GG33 Chris, well, I'm going to hit the mic. My YouTube channel, GG33 Chris, was founded on February 17th, 2026, the beginning of horse year, under Aquarius energy and Michael Jordan's birthday. I gave you the clues, right? I started everything, my public tour, on that day, right? Gary and I had a phone call. We didn't like what was going on with the social media world. I didn't really want to come out of retirement. And we both looked at it and go, you know what? It's time. So on that day, I made my return. And that's how that works. So if you have Saturn in Aquarius, if you are Western sign, Aquarius, like your sun sign is Aquarius, if your sun sign is Capricorn, if your sun sign is Pisces, you're going to do really, really, really well, okay? If you have Saturn in Pisces, you need to join fraternities, groups, social clubs, maybe, it is what it is. Go to temple, it is what it is. You can go to church, whatever. Groups of people. Pisces is a fish, and it swims in groups. The next thing is January 19th, 1993. So let's check. We're going to pull up the #1 app on earth, Q, for numerology and astrology. And I'm going to see, just to double check, even though I know exactly what this gentleman is. So he's born January 19th. I put it in the calculator, right? I just simply do that. It's free. Q is free on your iOS app store. You put it in, boom. We have a 33-6, born in the year of the monkey. And he wants to know, what do I see in his future? Well, here's what I see. #1, you're going to be talking all the fucking time this year. You are going to be running that mouthpiece all year long. And you're going to do that until your birthday hits. Notice you put a chat in here. You're talking online. You're communicating. You're writing, broadcasting out to the world. The next thing is you're going to blow a fuckload of money this year if you're not careful. So you need to be very careful blowing that bag. You need to be very careful. 3 is a broken 8. Sometimes people get rich in 3 cycles. You're a 33-6. That's a hell of a lot of 3 energy, right? I didn't teach all the secrets about 3 cycles. Just because I tell you might go broke in it, that's not everybody. 3 is the number of luck, my friends. So it is what it is, but what you need to be careful with is blowing your money. People born in the 3rd, 12th, 21st, 30th, or 3 life paths in total are horrendous with money. Do not ever give someone money born on those dates if you think they're shady or untrustworthy, because they will steal it. 3 is the number of corruption. Corruption begins with the C. Cop begins with the C. They actually call police officers of the law, cops, as a derogatory term. The TV show is what made it normal to say that. Cops are not a good term. So that's how that works. 3 energy is synonymous with corruption. A bunch of shady people going to come into your life this year. Obviously, I'm giving the basics on a public reading here. But tons of shady people going to come into your life. You're going to meet more people you've ever met this year in your entire life. You need to focus on consistency and having fun and networking. If you have not met someone worth a lot of money this year, you need to do so. Your 3 years is really the best year to meet someone worth a lot of money. So try to meet the most influential person of your life this year that is not a bad person. I don't advocate for selling out. I don't advocate for, doing a lot of the things that the industry does, okay? The next thing I want you to be aware of is when it comes down to it, 2028 is going to be a big year for you. You need to watch out for the law when your birthday hits on January 19th. So it is what it is. I would say that the law is not going to be that big of an issue because you're mostly in a 22 personal cycle. It's a 22 year. So you're going to be building. 2027 may be a better year than even 2028. That's a year I want you to basically plant as many seeds and build people around you. That's the year I actually want you to create a team. So if you have enough money to start creating a huge team, do it after your birthday hits in January. Find the ultimate cartel, like the PayPal mafia had, to go out and, be successful in business. Other than that, that's about it. What else do I want to say? You're a 33 life path. People who are 33s are loved by half the people in life and hated by half the people in life. 33s have multiple personalities. They can go from being dead serious to dead funny. They can go from being extremely childish to just the opposite. 33s are the masters of alternate personalities. They have alternate consciousness of the, how do I say this, of the numerical order. So a 33 goes from different personalities, like shifting a gear in a Porsche. They are the type of people in life that see everything that they are doing, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So 33s have the curse of understanding the consequence of every decision that they make, whether they want to admit it or not. They see everything from almost every single possible angle. It is ridiculous. So a 33 will give someone money and he'll see the consequences, the benefits, all these little things of the decision they made, to help you. They will see the negatives and the positives. Like Cardi B is a 33 life path. She is a rapper for negative influence. She knows what she's doing. They understand. So when a 33 influences for negativity, they fully understand that they're doing it. They 100% understand it. Now let's go to hoes. The number one sign that knows they're a hoe, knows they're hoeing, and knows that they're doing the wrong thing, but you wouldn't know it, is someone born in a goat year. Women born in 1967, 1979, 1991, 2003 are really spiritually conscientious. And they understand when they're whoring around, hoeing, sleeping around, and they feel all the consequences. So some of the 12 signs, they don't actually know that when they're sleeping around, they're making a huge mistake to buy their way through life. People born in goat years know it. And it sits in their body, and I'm looking at you right now. It sits in your body, anybody born in a goat year, and it rots them away. And it gets you sick, right? I'm not saying you can't fix it, but if you're born in a goat year, and I'm looking at all of you guys, and you've hoed around, those memories haunt you forever. People born in goat years are haunted because they're a karmic sign. So whenever they steal, they're haunted by it. Bill Gates can't even live with himself. Bill Gates allegedly did all those horrible things. And it looks like he is sickly. He looks awful, and it shows in the body. So goat women always know what they're doing. The most spiritual sign is the goat. You could even argue more spiritual than the snake because they're less vengeful, but then again, revenge is got some spiritual warfare hidden in it. But they get cancer and get sick when they sleep around, heavy. They also will come off incredibly normal in some ways, even with the high body count. So goat women will come off incredibly normal with a high body count. Now, the biggest hoes. So Pisces women are the biggest hoes in Western astrology. One of the biggest. But they're the most likely sign to take care of you, to date you even if they're above your league, and try to change your life. A Pisces woman is always looking to mold themselves into you. So a Pisces woman wants to see you on camera and be like, I put that hat on him. It is what it is. What's up, G?
I heard you talking about goat women.
Yep.
Yo, flat out. If these goat women, because they pretty much all look good.
Yeah.
And a small percentage down. If these goat women have like a little bit of charisma, like born on the 11th, or they got some 2s in them, that's a dangerous fucking bitch.
Yes.
Because you have to understand, with women, looks is currency. The best looking women are usually the ones who are most well known. You know, one thing, like, I probably shouldn't say this, but like, you know, when you're in Miami now, you've been in here for a while. Yeah. When you go back to Cleveland, you're like, damn, there's no good-looking women here.
Oh, exactly. Nobody.
Now, I'm not saying I'm anything to look at, but I'm rich. I'm famous, so, you know, I got my ass covered. I got my Rollie. Bro, I saw someone with a $500,000 watch a second ago.
Damn.
So, this shit's crazy, but, yeah, just so you think you made it, you got a $30K watch, motherfucker flexes $500,000. Now, I can get a $500,000 watch, but if I do, I'll be stupid to do it. So I'll never probably do it, but it is what it is. I would say the most dangerous fucking women are tigers who are 7s. Because the tigers look good, but that 7 energy, ooh.
Can I ask you about 7 monkeys? What do you think about 7 monkeys? You remember
untrustworthy.
Yeah.
Untrustworthy. As a matter of fact, I don't even like too many of those in GG33.
Ooh, he just dropped some gems.
Yeah, I don't like those two because sevens either are very honest or straight up liars. and you hit that monkey aspect, you pretty much know which way they're going.
Oh yeah.
So how much further you want to go?
Oh, I'll go as long
Do
as
whatever
possible.
you want. It's on you.
All right. All right, guys. So let's see here. Does changing the name of a city change its energy, or does the city stick to the energy on the day it was founded? No, it changes when the name changes. Okay, there is a huge impact on that change. So Twitter. Okay, if you're young in here, you don't know Twitter. X used to be Twitter. Okay, back in the day, Twitter was changed to X in 2023, the year of the cat. There was a huge change in energy when that name change happened. And it was incorporated with 28 Energy, or Elon bought it on the 28th or changed the name on the 28th. He knows what he's doing. Elon is born on the 28th. Elon Musk, his father, is born on the 28th. The first gift Elon was ever given by his father was $28,000. So Elon was given $28,000 by Elon Musk to start his career. That is in the book of Walter Isaacson, the authorized documentary. Now, going back to it, it changes the energy, no doubt. Now, let's see here. I was going into Pisces. Pisces women are hoes. They're going to take a chance on you. Leos are the biggest hoes. Untrustworthy women. The most charismatic women, in the game are often 11 Leos. Like Obama is a Leo. He's an 11 Leo. Joe Rogan is an 11 Leo. And those women, they really got that gift. You're going to see a lot of those skanky podcasters be Leo women. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if Caller Daddy had mostly Leo women guests on and stuff like that. No doubt. And nothing against Caller Daddy, whatever. It is what it is. America, capitalist nation. How much money do they make? Respect. Let's see here. More chats. Let's see here. All right. 28 acts like what? 28 acts like an 8 also. Yes. Oh, thank you. So 28. What is the number one most important thing for a 28 to do to get wealthy and rich? Peace. 28 is the number 28 for a reason. It has 2 and the 8 in it. So 2 is the number of peace. 8 is the number of money, power, and karma. If you're a 28 life path, you have to be peaceful. Do you think you're going to get rich telling billionaires to go F themselves? Maybe Gary the Numbers guy did. You're not going to be able to. 28s have to basically make peace. Negotiation is the number 2. You know what? Screw it. There we go. I just gave it away. So 28 has negotiation, right? In it, the number 2. And it has the 8, which is the number of money, power, and karma. A lot of 8s are really good at making money, but they can't negotiate for shit. They're horrible at it. A lot of 8s are really good at making money, but they can't negotiate because they don't have the 2 in it. And 28 has the 2, which is the number of negotiation and money, power, and karma in the 8. So that's how that combination works. You're going to notice that the 28s who get really, really wealthy are good with everybody. And they are on all sides. So a 28's the type that will join one college frat, then another club, and then, sooner enough, they're cool with everybody, right? When you're cool with everybody, you get paid. You get rich. You get rich 2 ways. A lot of hate, a lot of love, or being loved, like Joe Rogan was. Or, certain people like Pat McAfee is beloved, right? AJ Hawk is beloved in the sports world. Arnold Schwarzenegger is loved up until his COVID comments, and even then he's still loved. Everyone loves Logan Paul. Everyone loves Logan Paul. Logan Paul, and I won't say too much, but either way, now, can't give every secret away here. That's the biggest thing. So, no Zerka bucks will be taken here. Let's see here. Yeah, 28. Someone said, yeah, I'm a 28. My family hates me. Only a few people have genuine love for me. Yeah, a lot of 28s are hated by their family, including Elon Musk. Elon's brothers hate him half the time. They don't actually hate Elon, but they fight all the time. Elon fucking hates Errol Musk half of the time, right? The only reason he goes back to see Errol is because Errol shares a birthday with him June 28th. Read your fucking books. That's the biggest thing no one reads anymore. I read like every book, right? And I'll give you everyone a secret here. So when you guys read books in the modern era, the elite give you all their secrets in the book. So like Kamala Harris wrote in her book, the number one reason Trump won, or one of the reasons, was Myron Gaines and Fresh and Fit. Shout out to Fresh, shout out to Fit, right? And Myron. And she told the blueprint in the book. So that means targets, right? So they put stuff out in books to let you know what they're doing. And they find that no one reads anymore, and what they don't read are autobiographies. So there's 3 autobiographies to read. 38 Letters to John D. Rockefeller's Son, released by the Rockefeller family on an 8th day in 2023, the year of the cat. Best Friends, the Rockefeller, the year of the pig. The next one is Titan by John D. Rockefeller. You're going to find out that Rockefeller's dad was wildly rich. So you've been lied to about Devil Bill and Rockefeller. That's the only authorized biography from the Rockefeller family. And then the third is, it'll come to me, obviously 48 Laws of Power. There's a few. Walter Isaacson, Elon Musk. And then Steve Jobs, Walter Isaacson. So you guys don't want to read. I'll read for you so I can, get all the fruits of it. Let's see here. Someone said, look at this crap. Someone said 666 brings fallen angels. Come on, man. Come on, man. 60 seconds to a minute, drop to 0. 60 minutes to an hour, drop to 0. 6, 24 hours to a day, 2 + 4 = 6. 666. What's the only thing you cannot see, feel, nor touch, yet it kills you? Time. Time is the greatest teacher, yet it kills all its students. That's courtesy of Gary the Numbers Guy. Just rolling it here. Gary lines are so good. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, guys, 2026 is the year of the fire horse, or it's a fire horse year, right? Have you guys noticed the year is going super fast? Well, the fire horse is like a big Clydesdale on fire. It's going faster than that Budweiser commercial, right? A lot of dogs are drinking too much Budweiser, found in a dog year this year. That's how that works. Bud Light too, right? Well, you know what's really funny? The number one beer in America, most popular, is Bud Light, founded in the year of the dog. Their main logo is horses, dog and horse best friends. The number one least sign to drink is the dog. They shouldn't drink. And they made Bud Light, founded in a dog year, to make a bunch of dogs alcoholics. But it's not always that. The dog loves the drink. The Matrix manifested Bud Light being created in a dog year, and then it creates a bunch of alcoholic dogs who lose their photographic memory when they drink, and the rest is history. So it's really funny how that works. And then these dogs, like puppies, I can see just dogs sitting there, right? On the TV, they watch big Clydesdales run by in the commercial, and they're like, I need a Bud Light right now. I need a Budweiser. It's amazing. So, you're going to get rants like that, It is what it is. But that's the next level to this stuff. So dogs should not drink. If you're born in 1970, 1982, 1994, 2006, you shouldn't drink. The number one beer in America is Bud Light, founded in a dog year. There's a lot of dog energy on it. You're going to notice the biggest drinkers in life are sometimes pigs. Like, pigs can drink more than anybody on earth. Like, a pig could be hammered drunk and you wouldn't even know. You could take it from me. You would not even know, okay? But you're gonna notice every tequila is founded in a snake year. So tequila is like the ultimate party. Patron, Casamigos, all those things. Now, I'm not an advocate of alcohol, but if you're a dog, you definitely shouldn't drink. If you're a pig, you should try your best to just pretend to drink. have the bartender, put fake alcohol in it, whatever. I've already said that, but that's what you want to do. Okay. More likes, more chats, more support, more shares, because that's what keeps me coming back. Right? That's what it's all about. Let's see here. 24th. Let's see. So many people are going to the hub right now. They're clicking on their websites right now. So many dudes who are simps are sitting on OF right now. They're on the hub. They're on OF. They're giving Sophie their last dollar. They got like $2.26 in there, and they're giving $1.70 to Sophie. Right, double 5 day. Today is a huge simping day. Only fangirls are going to set a record today. Today is going to be a record day, right? A lot of 5s are simps. You know one of the number one signs to be a loser, life paths to be a loser, or a huge winner in America is a 5. So 5 men are usually huge simps, or like the most amazing marketers behind people like Aiden Ross, etc. That's how it works. 5s, D-Gen has an E in it. D-Gen, demon. D-Gen. E is the 5th letter of the alphabet, right? So, America is definitely a D-Gen country sexually. Is Boca an ox city? Boca Raton? It might be. So let's go through some of the signs. Let's start with, let's go through this. Aries. Aries women are gold diggers. They date older men and they get rich off of them, okay? Aries are really good at starting things and horrible at finishing them. Aries is the emperor and empress. Tauruses are stubborn as fuck. They're bankers. They're extremely good at reading body language. They're materialistic. They're really good looking, right? Tauruses are very good at negotiating. Taurus is the 2nd sign, right? Tauruses are the best at managing money. We call it a bull market, right? The Wall Street bull. Merrill Lynch uses the bull. Lord Rothschild, the richest sign, right? Tauruses are the type of people in life that, how do I put it? I'll put it to you like this. They're very corporate, like Chris Paul. They're very good at making money. A Taurus will make friends with billionaires and ownership if they're an athlete. Like they'll go above the coach's head, just like I did in life. I'll go above the Cavalier's head to the owner, right? Tauruses are the Jews of the Western zodiac, right? If Tauruses are the Jews, Capricorns might be the Z's, okay? They are hand in hand. And let's put it this way. Tauruses might be the American Jews. Capricorns might be Israel, right? So we could use many examples of it. Then we go to Gemini. Gemini are bipolar, mentally ill basket cases at times. They have multiple personality disorder because Gemini rules the twins, which are 2 signs, right? 2 personalities throughout the week or throughout the day. Some Geminis, the May Geminis, split personalities come way quicker. So a May Gemini will be, a dick in the morning and super nice at night. A June Gemini is more consistent and changes on a weekly to monthly basis. So if you're born June 3rd, 1963, you're going to be, changing a lot. You're going to be, one way for a week, then another way, but, it goes both ways. The next example about Gemini is Geminis have the greatest communication skills. JFK a Gemini, Trump a Gemini, it doesn't matter who it is. Tupac a Gemini, Biggie a Gemini, Kanye a Gemini. The list goes forever, right? Kendrick Lamar. So you start noticing that Geminis are really good at communication. Gemini is the third sign. Tauruses are really good at negotiation. 2 is the number of negotiator. Taurus is the second sign. Aries are assholes. They're argumentative. Aries is the first sign. Then we go to the fourth sign, Cancer. Cancers get wrapped up with the law, right? 4 is the number of law and order, so they always get pulled over. They get rape charges like Mike Tyson. They're constantly being accused of things. America has the most people in jail in the world compared to China and Russia combined, prison and jail. It is insane. So that's how Cancer energy is. Cancers are some of the hardest workers in life. They're extremely disciplined. Why? Cancer's the fourth sign. One other thing I'll tell you is that Cancers are rich as fuck in this country, but it's either really rich or really poor because there are many factors, but it is also the 7th month. Cancers get really rich in America off technology because they're born, hopefully in July. July is the 7th month, or synonymous with 7. 7 is the number of tech. All major tech sites begin with a Y, G, or a P. PayPal, Pinterest, Google, Yahoo. The list goes on forever. You're going to notice Peacock, NBC's programming. So it's right there. Not everyone, but most of them. A lot of them have it hidden. Or they'll have a Y, G, or a P somewhere within it. Apple, look at that P. P is the 16th letter. 1 plus 6 equals 7. So it is what it is. Obviously, we look at Leo. Leos are the 5th sign. Leos should not stay home often because 5 is the number of travel. They're going to have a lot of issues with family because 5 is anti-family. Another example about Leos is they change their mind all the damn time because Leo is the 5th sign. 5s change their mind all the time. Leos are the greatest entertainers. 5s are the greatest entertainers. Leo's the 5th sign. Entertainment begins with an E, right? So it is what it is. And then we go to Virgos. Virgos are really home and family oriented. You guys in here, women, come on. You guys know Virgos care the most about their home. They love their home so much, right? Leo, the 5th sign, travel. Virgo, the 6th sign, home and family. Virgos will pick apart their house and organize it for 14, 15 hours a day, right? Jenna Marbles, the famous YouTuber, shout out to Jenna, shalom. She is a Virgo. She loves cleaning her house. She loves organizing. She does everything from her house. She was like the #1 it girl. She's a tiger. Have really good things to say about Jenna. Shout out to you and your people. Now, that's how that works. Virgos love it. Virgos also are really family oriented, but they complain and they bitch about family all the time. If you want to deal with the Virgo, you put the heat on them. You start grilling you start grilling them. You start going at their weaknesses. You start bitching about their shortcomings because Virgos, when they're younger, they're going to bitch about yours. Virgos, when they're younger, bitch about everybody else, right? And they basically are deflecting. So that's Virgos. Virgos are really difficult to deal with. My favorite Virgo is David Grinberg. By far. David Grinberg is amazing. Shout out to D. Let's go. So that's how that works. Let's give some W's for David in the chat. Love for David, Gary's brother. Let's see here. Can rats bring alcohol? Rats should stay away from alcohol. The worst thing you could do. The worst thing you could do. Take it from me, too. In any year, even when I was way young, right? The worst thing you could do is heavy amounts of alcohol in your enemy year, right? So like when it was 2013, I lived in a different era. That was my enemy year. I didn't have a bad year with it, but you should not be drinking alcohol in your enemy year at all. It's terrible. Rats are huge alcoholics because rat is the first sign, right? 1 is the number of the alcoholic. People born on the 1st, 10th, 19th, 28th, or 1 life pass in totals are alks. Alcohol begins with an A. A is the first letter, like asshole, argumentative, right? So you want to be very careful born in a rat year with alcohol. a lot of rats get pulled over with DUIs. I see it all the time. You know, it is what it is. Rats have a weird struggle with, basically they have a huge struggle with driving cars. I think there is a lot of synonymous energy with horse and cars. So the rat and horse are enemy signs. We call cars horsepower in a car. So in cars, they say horsepower. Mustang, right? GT Mustang, horsepower. When rats are driving cars, it's not good. And then horses are a huge logo for vehicles. So you're going to see Ferrari using, you know, it potentially. You're going to see, obviously, Mustang. You're going to see all of that, you know, in plain sight. Be very careful if you're a rat driving. Be a rat. Be paranoid. Go get yourself a driver like your Adam Sosnick, born in a monkey year, your friend. Shout out to Sauce. That's how that works. So, like, you know, the thinkers are rats and monkeys, right? And they're very paranoid, you know, circumvent certain things. Now, we said Virgo, you know, is the sixth, you know, Virgo's the sixth sign. It is what it is. So we left off on that. Libras are incredibly fake. Half the Libras have souls, half of them don't. Libra is ruled by the scale, so they're the most soulless beings. Goats and Libras are the two most soulless signs in all of the astrology world. So Libra is the scales, which looks like a hidden 8. So Libra, the Libra scale, half of them have souls, half of them don't. Half of them are good, half of them are liars. And then the goat is the 8th sign. The 8 is fat in the top, skinny in the middle, and fat in the bottom, what goes and comes around, right? Half the goats are real and half the goats are fake. Like literally. You know, year 0 and year 0, so let's go back to this. Year 0 and year 1 are synonymous with goat and monkey energy. So the NPCs, as I said before, are all goats and monkeys. I can't tell you how many non-player, like odd people I've met born in goat or monkey years, or the most amazing, like Kyrie Irving back in the day when I got to meet him briefly, or Fresh, right? So they're either really good, like Kyrie, Jamie Dimon, Fresh from Fresh and Fit, or they're really bad, like Miley Cyrus, right? Like Tom Hanks, right? I don't know. I mean, apparently Tom Hanks is bad. I come from a different era, guys. I don't know. But I know Tom Hanks has got a lot of haters. Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football, right? You know, he's got a lot of problems. He's born in a monkey year. Let's see. All right. 1/3/1988. My lovely wife, 7/4/1989. 2 kids together for 16 years. Congratulations, by the way. But my health and money is terrible. I know enemy 3 and 4, but she stuck with me through the good and bad. Currently a courier, whatever. Okay. Yeah, so let's go into this. What can you do to mitigate the health issues? If you have a wife, if you are enemy numbers or enemy signs with your wife or whatever the situation is, frictional, you need to stay away from them and make money when you're away from them as much as you can. So I encourage you, if you're with your enemy sign, or opposite number, to get an office and lock yourself away from it and let your wife or anyone who's your enemy nowhere near you. Okay? That's what you need to do. You also need to get out of the fucking house and go get your bag that way. You know, what Gary would do is, you know, to protect himself energetically, let's say his wife was in a bad year, his wife would be like, baby, go to Vegas for a month, right? And Gary would know that that energy is better for him to get out away from his wife in his enemy year or something and go make money out in Vegas. He'd be out there making $1 million in Vegas. What's his wife going to say? What's his wife going to say? Right? His wife loved it. That's how you have to get a good wife. That's what having a good woman. Now, I'm not saying you don't, but you need time away to improve your health from her at times. Like even in the house. If your babe can't handle you being in the office all day, you got to find another wife. You know, if she can't handle you being in the same house, right? But you're working and she can't be around you, it's not going to work anyways. All right, but she's obviously your wife. So It's going to work. What else do I want you to know? Okay, 1-3-88, your health's bad. You're in your 5 personal cycle. The best thing you could do is change it. So 1-3-1988, what you're going to want to do is change your health this year. You're going to want to go ahead and start working out. You're going to want to learn about health. Notice health has an E in it. Learn has an E in it. E is the 5th letter. You actually have to learn to be healthy. No one's just healthy, right? Unless you're born with good genetics. So this year I want you to health max. I want you to work out max. And I want you to go ahead and travel as much as you can and then get around water to fix your health. As much salt water specifically. Okay? Money is terrible, right? Well, this year you're going to change your mind all the time, and the biggest problem is going to be consistency. 1-3-2026 to 1-3-2027. So it is what it is. Just keep that in mind. 3, how can I help you? 3 and 4. So 3s need to shut the fuck up around 4 life paths. 4s need to not be so serious around 3 life paths and take a fucking joke. So 3 and 4s need to balance each other out different ways. So if you're a 3 and you're with a 4, you need to shut the fuck up. You cannot constantly be running your fucking mouth. Colin Cowherd, all these 3 life paths, they can literally motor mouth all fucking day long. And they could do it again and again and again and again. I'm a 33 life path. I have a fucking soul. I gotta still smell the flowers, go out and, look at the grass and shit, or my beautiful fucking beach view out in sunny Isles. That's what I do, right? But 3s, oh my God, you are born to just go on and on and on and on for a living, right? I can go on and on, on camera, on the phone for a paid reading, but I ain't just fucking talking to my Aunt Sally for 4 fucking hours. 3s can do it. So number 1, shut the fuck up. The 4 needs to take a joke, right? I know this better than anybody else, okay? I'm born in the 4th, right? I can take a fucking joke because I'm a pig, but I know a lot of 4 life paths. Oh my fucking God, you can never joke with a cop. Police is 4 energy. CIA, government, law and order is all 4 energy. People born in the 4th, 13th, 31st are 4s in total. You best never joke with the cop, especially in the 90s. Gary's era, woo! Those cops would grab you by the fucking neck, right? You were homeless. I need some money. I need some money. They grab you by the fucking neck, those 4s, right? If you ever look at Chris, I'm very serious. I'm always, I'm very hard to read, right? A lot of people, Gary included, Gary knows me pretty well. But even him, I played poker, right? I did basically win a tournament once. He beats everybody all the time. It's annoying, but I'm very difficult to read, and you can't tell if Chris is in a good mood. You wouldn't know if I was having the best day ever right now or the worst day. I'm not gonna let anybody know that, right? That's the biggest thing. You would have to really know me, just like a cop. They're very difficult to read, and they're always serious, right? So that's the biggest thing. 3's got to stop joking. 4's got to take a joke. And they got to work together, right, to learn. What bonds 4s and 3s together is knowledge. I'm not going to tell you why that is, though. That's for paid clients. So if you are a 4 life path and you're trying to date a 3 life path, you better be learning together all the time in the relationship. So a huge part of your relationship is going to Alex Hormozi seminars, or Tony Robbins seminars, or whoever the it guy is, like Grant Cardone, Ty Lopez, shout out to Ty. My snake, my Taurus 11 snake, May 11th, I believe, 77, my G, good dude. Snakes, that snake has taught me a ton in life, right? Now, I also want to give snakes some credit here. People born in snake years usually never get the opportunity to get in the power because the elite don't let them in. So Chris likes to say sometimes, the most evil people on earth, President Xi or Xi of China, he's a snake. Bernie Sanders is a snake, the complete fraud who hated millionaires. Now he's a millionaire and drives an Audi R8. You look at other people born in snake years, they're not so favorable. Like Albert Pike is one of the most hated people in history, at least on the conspiracy Illuminati front. Charlie Sheen was really hated, you know. But the thing is honestly, you know, snakes just don't get a chance to get into power, and then they don't like being controlled, so they don't even bother becoming the president or like becoming a governor because they don't want to be told what to do. You're never going to tell someone like Steve Wynn born in a snake year, Gary born in a snake year, you look at other people, you know, what to do.
Yo, you're tap dancing over here, and there's literally only 250 likes.
I know, we need more likes, guys.
What is going on here? This dude's tap dancing
insane.
like a goddamn chimpanzee for you guys, and you can't even like the goddamn screen? How about that for a fucking
crazy? Hell yeah. I do. No, appreciate you guys. Let's get the likes in here. Likes, comments, you know, all of it helps the algorithm. You guys are helping me out here in my big Miami, you know, crusade. I'm out here with the King Cobra. We got Gary out here. I'm out in sunny Isles. This is my big return to GG. You know, this is what we're here for. So I appreciate all the help. Let's see here. What careers are good for Libras? Judges. So Libras are some of the best judges of character on earth. So if you are looking to be a judge, a police officer, a government official, someone that is a house appraiser, so appraising properties, be a Libra. Libras are really fair, very honest. Sometimes at their worst, they're very fake, but they're incredibly misunderstood. So the most misunderstood sign is Libra. Lil Wayne is a Libra. He wrote all of his songs, Mr. Misunderstood, and he knows he's a Libra. He talks about his Libra scale. He's an 11 life path dog. 11s, 22s, and 33s love numerology and astrology, right? So Libras do well in that. Libras do well as lawyers. Anything that begins with an L, lawyers are really good liars, guys. In order to be a lawyer, you got to be a phenomenal liar, right? Because you got to be able to convince a jury to believe something, whether it's true or not, because in the court of law, that's all that matters, right? Now, the next thing for a Libra, what else would I say? They do really well in the stock market. I'll leave it at that, but that's a little bit of a hint. I won't tell you which one they do well in, crypto or NASDAQ or whatever it is, but they do well there. Let's see. W. David. Yep, W. David Greenberg. Let's go. Let's see here. Yeah, guys, I wouldn't be here without Gary the Numbers guy and David Greenberg. That's for sure, right? I'm from Cleveland. I've known Gary and David since I could remember. You know what's crazy? David's not even old. David is not that Gary is, but David is like, damn. It's crazy. Yeah, I forget he's born in 89. Yeah, I saw someone said that. Let's see here. February 16th, 2002. Just because you said that, I'm going to leave. What? Okay. Let's see. All right. More readings, more likes, right? 5-day. We're entertaining. We're having fun. While a lot of people, you know, we got dudes right now watching this that have OnlyFans girls on another tab. Like, I'm literally looking in the camera. I know someone's got a tab open on their computer right now that is awful, right? It's probably like Sophie Rain or something like that. Oh my God. You want to know why Sophie Rain made it in America? Sophie Rain is born 2004. I believe the year of the monkey, and America's founded 1776, the year of the monkey. Only in this country could a girl like that get wealthy and successful. And Sophie, I was as kind as I could possibly be about it. Okay? You could read between the lines. You know it yourself. When you look around and you see the girls around you, you go, how did I make it? You're born in a monkey year. Aiden Ross, right? One of the top streamers in America, right? He passed his prime, but he's born in a dragon year, America, a monkey country. Someone said Ohio. Uh-oh. Someone talked about Ohio. May 12th, 1994, currently in Columbus, Ohio. What financial and quick life tips can you give me? All right. Oh, I hate to do this to you. Okay, so number one, a ton of things are going to come to an end in your life this year. You need to get rid of a poisonous person in your life. May 12th, 1994. Someone treacherous in your life, a business partner, girlfriend, a bad family member. You need to cut ties with them or distance yourself majorly. 9 is all about ending. 9 is all about getting rid of people. So whenever it's the 9th, 18th, 27th, or a 9-day in total, it's a good day to cut someone off. Another thing I want to tell you is that whatever you start this year, May 12th, 94, you're not going to finish. It's not going to work out long term. So if you buy a condo, you sign a lease, you might be able to make it last a year. It's going to be very difficult doing it long into the future. If you start dating a girl, you're cooked. A little secret is a lot of people end up with traps in their 9 cycle. So sometimes someone will meet the love of their life, their soulmates. Like they love each other so much, right? Like literally almost out of another planet. And that couple will meet each other in their 9 personal cycles. And then they'll be with each other for a really long time, and then it ends horribly. Like it traps you. The Matrix is literally looking to trap you 24/7. So it's looking to make you take an L. It wants to give you the love of your life just to take it away from you, right? That's why you have children. That's why Gary, the numbers guy, had kids. Because you can take certain things away, but if your bloodline keeps going in some form or fashion, right, you never die. Everything can be taken away. So whatever you covet is taken away, and that's going to be in your 9 personal cycle. Okay. Another thing is you're going to burn a bridge this year, as I said before. You're going to cut someone off that you regret cutting off potentially. So don't be so quick to cut your mom off, cut your dad off, cut people off that matter. Or you're like, let's say you got an uncle who's rich, right? Don't call him a degen in your 9 personal cycle so he cuts you off. Like let's say you want to go after someone who's been good to you. You're going to have the urge on the 9th, 18th, 27th, or a 9-day in total to basically go after people who have helped you. That's the secret about the 9. 9s always hurt people that have helped them. They have this really negative tendency to hurt people that have helped them. Why? 9s hurt people who have helped them in life because 9 is the infant, and that's what children do to their parents. Do you get it? So a baby often will hit their dad, hit their mom, say awful things. If they know cuss words like I did at 3, 4 years old, I could speak at a level of a prodigy at 2, 3 years old, right? They say horrible things, right? Because that's what kids do. Kids are vain. Kids are selfish because they're born that way to survive. Nothing against kids. Kids are great. But I don't like grown-up kids that are only kids. Some of the greatest geniuses of our time, have been big children, right? Very innovative, right? The guy who's all rigid, so Chads. Chads are good at working in a factory in Dayton, Ohio, at a steel mill, making $120K a year, and he comes home and he's rough and tough. But that's all he's ever going to be, right? He doesn't have that childlike energy to get on social media in a woman's game, right? Get on TV, right? And play that actual game, right? You have to be able to talk. The era of the stoic, lumberjack guy is fucking dead, unfortunately. Now, if you want reliable and you want someone that's going to make $100K a year forever and only be at that marker, go get yourself that lumberjack type dude, right? 9s, so 9s have that childlike energy in them, but they lack the loyalty side, right? 33s have to be childlike enough to invent, to create, right? Creation begins with the C, child begins with the C. C is the 3rd letter, right? So content, creation, Corporations, right? Back in the 90s, 80s, corporations were like high school locker rooms. Like you had dudes running around with chicks in the bathroom. Again, we live in a childlike matrix, right? We are so childlike, we wear watches. Like how ridiculous, right? And watches are extremely valuable. We put these shiny things on in America. Monkey see, monkey do. Shiny object syndrome, right? And everyone's out here with the they got the grills, shiny veneers. It's all about that, right? Childlike energy. The monkey's the ninth sign. Monkeys are big kids, right? They're funny as hell. Johnny Football, Joe Namath. They're out there smoking cigarettes on the 50-yard line in the 60s. That's America, right? Work hard, as I said a zillion times, play hard. America, a monkey country. How Elon Musk turned $28,000 borrowed from his father into $400 billion empire on November 11th. Elon Musk became the first person in history to break the 400 billion barrier, a fortune that's never been achieved or whatever. Yeah, he became the first trillionaire. It is what it is. Look, Elon's a pig. His people and him personally have been very, very good to me. Right? I have a fucking ego because not only does the richest man in the world listen to me, not only have I been mentioned multiple times by the richest man in the world, he also, literally responds to my memes with cats and bras on it. Right? That's the difference. And that's how you know he's a pig. I'm a pig. Right? So it is what it is. But that's energy. Right? And Elon turned Twitter into X in his friendly year, the year of the cat. He knew. And he was forced to do this. Twitter was one of the things he really almost changed his mind on. Hang on 1 second, guys. 1 second. Rules and regulations. Never know. I think I'm YouTube, so I'm good, but let's see here. What careers are, let's see, what else we got? What more questions? 9/12/2001. Let's go into it, man. So you are a snake, my best friend's sign. One of my best buddies is the snake. All of my best friends. Why? Because I surround myself with the cartel. I don't have to be vengeful when snakes do it for me, right? Your boy is protected, right? So 2001 snakes, I'm going to go even harder for, right? Because snakes value family and team. That's why Gary has 5/16/2001. Shout out to you running the show. He's a snake. You got multiple snakes like Gary in here. So they believe in nepotism. They believe in helping their own. And I do nothing but help snakes 24/7 because 2025, the year of the snake, taught me how awesome you guys are, right? It taught me that snakes are actually real as fuck. Snakes love knowledge. Snake love wisdom, right? They love family. And snake year let me fix my family, right? So when you go with the energy, it helps you. So in my enemy year, the year of the snake, 2025, I actually was able to help a lot of family and do a lot of good things because the snake rewards that, right? But whatever the animal covets, it's going to take away from you. So a snake loves family. It's going to give people born in pig years problems with family in their enemy year, right? Horses. If you were born in 1966, 1978, 1990, 2002, when your enemy year hits, you're going to get hit in the child department. Because rats covet their children more than any other sign. They would die for their fucking kids. Horses are good to their spouse and would die for their spouse, not so much their kids, guys. Not so much their kids. Warren Buffett is born in the year of the horse. His son is not running Berkshire Hathaway. If it was a rat, his son or confidant family would be. Now, Warren's sons are heavily involved, but horses are about earn it. Rat is nepotism, their family, not their mommy, not their daddy. Oh no, fuck that. Rats don't even like mom and dad at times. They're the black sheep of their family. But their kids, They're so good. I'll say this. I've said this before. LeBron James. I used to work for the Cavs. I'm the only employee in history to try to get paid less to become a ball boy, and I actually was never demoted because I wanted more involved with the players. And when it comes down to it, where was I going with this? Oh, LeBron. I got to be on the court with LeBron all the time. LeBron's the greatest fucking dad ever. Right? When Red Pill Aries has kids, he's going to be the greatest fucking dad ever. Right? That's how that works. Rats, like Red Pill Aries, like LeBron, like Tony Robbins, are really good mentors to people they love and especially their children. You know, if you are looking for a private life coach, sometimes they're very good at it, but they're manipulative and that's their biggest problem. So when they have an agenda, it's bad. Like Tony's really good at it. Maybe not this year. No, any year. Tony's good in the rain, man. Tony's good at what he does. Oh, how do you know someone's amazing at what they do? They're good in the rain. You know, so Gary, the numbers guy, was just as good in his enemy year than he was in 2025. He was fucking amazing giving readings in 2019 in public with the Golden State Warriors, with people in the NBA fucking crushing it. Michael Jordan won his first championship, or not his first, won a championship in his enemy year. So Gary, the numbers guy, greatest fuck in his enemy year doing readings. Michael Jordan wins a championship in his enemy year. That's how you fucking know you're the GOAT. That's how you know you're the best in the world at what you do, right? In Gary's enemy year, he had Golden State Warriors, Andre Iguodala putting GG33 in his bio. You got to be GOAT status to actually have that kind of pull in an enemy year. Now, those dudes still get hit. Jordan fucking lost his dad. Gary lost his Twitter account, and that thing fucking mattered. He had everybody in the world, fucking billionaires, and I'm not even allowed to disclose on that fucking thing. I'm still pissed about that, okay? That affected my life. His fucking enemy year, 2019, fucking affected me. No doubt. That's not his fault. That's life. But when he's up, I'm down. Vice versa. Cartel. But let's go back to your reading. 9/12/2001. Obviously, you got a little bit of that. You should have a little 33 energy in there. So that's great. See here. Let's see here. How do we want to look at it? Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see what Q. Let's go to Q. What does Q call him, right? So the #1 astrology numerology app on Earth. Get it on the Apple or Google store, right? So we're going to type it in. 9/12/2001. Let's do it. Okay. Life Path 6. So you heard it. From the man, Gary the numbers guy himself, right? The only approved app on Earth that is literally ran by us. 9/12/2001, 6 life path, okay? So home and family, you got to have kids and you got to have family. If you don't have your own kids and family, you may fail your incarnation. If you don't have kids or family, try to be a huge impact on your brother, your sister, your cousins, anything you possibly can, or you're going to fucking fail that incarnation. It's not even a question, in my opinion. That's obvious. God code made you to care about family and you do the opposite. You betray the prime creator like that? No. Not going to work. Not going to happen. Focus on family. The next thing is when it comes down to it, you're quiet as fuck when you don't trust people. You will be quiet as a damn church mouse if you don't trust someone, and then you'll be listening to them, right? And be like, you know what? I fucking like this guy, and you won't shut the fuck up, and you will open up like a damn book. That's what 6s do. So 6s go from being quiet as hell to extremely, extremely social. And as I said, 6s, like Steve Jobs, Phil Knight, born in the 24th, 2 + 4 = 6, are the best interviewers because they can shit test. They'll be quiet, listen to you, let you screw up, and if they like you, then they'll start talking. If they don't like you, they'll just go, okay, okay, that's it. You'll think they love you, they'll hang up the phone, you'll never get the job. Okay, another thing, you're in a 3-year. Your birthday is literally coming up in less than a month. You have literally until the 12th. So basically have as much fun as you fucking can without saying too much publicly here. Have as much fun as you can between now and your birthday. Okay? Be social, be a kid, Have some fun, because when that next birthday hits, it is all about building. You're going to be in a 22 personal cycle, which is the number of the master builder. It's not a 4 cycle, it's a 22 cycle. You can even check Q if you are a lifetime or advanced member or whatever the tiers are on Q, because you might even get it on another tier. You are in a building cycle. I encourage you to get around water all year long. This might be the year that you go to Miami Beach, right? This might be the year that you go to Cabo, right? This might be the year that you go ahead and go to Lake Tahoe. Mountains and water, combo, perfect, gold, right? Success. That's what's going to happen for you. So move to Tahoe, go travel to Tahoe or something. Get around mountains and water, which are the builders. 2 builders, right? Right? Glaciers, mountains, right? 3, right? Glaciers, mountains, water, right? Everything became what it is because of glacier movement, mountains, water. All of it is earth, right? So that's going to be good for you this year. You're going to have a huge fucking temper this year. You're going to be lit, going off on people. You're going to be very sensitive this year. I'd watch out for that, and very, extremely vengeful. This might be one of the years that you think about, really going after somebody. Dare I say. No, I'm kidding. But that's the thing. So watch out for that. I will tell you that all snakes in here are now cutting deals. So you are off of your snake year. This is when you gotta bring people in like Chris, like Gary brought in me in horse year. You bring in the generals after your snake year hits, because you are going slowly but surely to your next enemy year. So to maintain power, you want to work with other people in 2026. That's very, very important. And because you're in a 22 year, the greatest generals, presidents, and coaches like Terry Francona, George Washington are born on the 22nd. You want to build a team this year, and you're gonna have to do that in a 22 cycle, or get around a great team. This is a year for you, even bigger than snake year in a lot of ways. This is a year that you're gonna make a fuckload of money. I want you to obsess with saving as much money as you can. The person in here born 9/12/2001, you need to fucking bank it. Like literally just save, earn. Don't listen to people who are like Grant Cardone telling you to blow all your money and then have your back against the wall in a bad economy. This is the time to have as much liquid cash as you possibly can, because 2027 is an awful year back half economically. It appears. This is not financial advice. Okay? So, in this year, you got to build, baby, build, right? What the hell else are you doing? Gary's boy in here, right? My man, my manager, right? Other than Gary, he literally is building my site, building everything this year. Gary AI, the infrastructure. He's in a 22 personal cycle. You cannot make it up. So that's when your birthday hits. Now, when it comes down to your birthday, I will tell you this, get around roosters, man. Get around roosters. Find you a girl who's born in 2005. That'd be really good for you. So snakes are the most jealous sign. Snakes require loyalty. The most loyal sign are people born in rooster years, 1981, 1993, 2005, right? Stay home. No, never mind. Stay home. Gary's boy, my boy, guy behind the operation, he's always home. And he's got that 6 energy in his birthday. So that's really important. If you're a 6 life path, you're going to make a fortune staying home. Do you know people like with Drake with 4 energy, or people like Dave Thomas with 6 energy? They stay home all the time and they make fortunes there. They become billionaires by doing the same damn thing at home over and over again. That's why the home matters so much to me, and Tauruses and people like that. If you have that energy, it's important. The next thing is when it comes down to your family, take care of them. It should be a decent year to build your family, because I know you care a lot about your family. try to hire your younger siblings or a cousin this year if you're making fucking bank. You know what I mean? Or try to go into business with your family as a 6. That's a huge hack. If you're born in the 6th, 15th, 24th, or a 6 in total, and your family has a family business, that was your path. You're supposed to help their family business, very likely. Then you can get rich. Okay, let's see here. Going back to the signs, okay? So you got, of course, Leo is the 5th sign, Virgo is the 6th sign, Libra is the 7th sign, right? Scorpio, you got Scorpio, right? So Scorpios, when it comes down to it, are extremely vengeful. When we look at people with Scorpio energy, the Scorpio is the type of person that is always going to fucking get you back at some point in life if you wrong them. Don't ever fuck with the Scorpios. Scorpios are the type of people in life that are vengeful. They have a long, dirty laundry list of enemies, and they always want to pry into other people's business. This is how you deal with the Scorpio. When a Scorpio pries into your business, you pry right back into their business, and you shine the light on all of their mistakes in life until they don't know what to do with you, because that's how you bully ball a Scorpio. A Taurus knows how to handle and conquer a Scorpio because we're the opposite sign and we know exactly where they're weak. And they're weak where Venus is strongest, and that's the fucking mirror. And that's where Scorpios need to look, because they're the best detectives. They look at everybody else, but they don't look at themselves until they're older. And that's why Scorpios live very difficult lives, because what happens is karma eventually hits them. And Scorpio, when it comes down to it, you guessed it, it's got that 8 energy. 8 is the number of money, power, and karma. That's how the game works. Right? So it is what it is. Chats, likes, shares. Come on, guys. Yeah, I'm texting my horse right now. More chats, more likes. We have a lack of likes in here. That's the biggest fucking problem. Right? You guys want to go like for Gary? I'm not going to come back. You guys are going to just go like for Gary. You know, I'm not going to come back. Even if Gary calls me, like, nah. And he'll get it. Be like, yeah, they did not give me, because Gary's real as fuck. If I tell him, you guys, and I literally won't come back. I haven't been back here since a month. It's been at least a month, right? One of the reasons is I need more and more support. I'm not mad at you guys. There's nothing to do with that. But I literally have an ego. 33s have egos like that. I won't come back. Let's see here. Okay. So questions. Today's a double 5 day, okay? We're heading in the bitchy energy. We're in Virgo season, which is bitching season. These are the complainers, the hard workers, the Kobe Bryants who are gonna fucking grill you on your dribbling, how well you rebound, how well you can pass the ball. Kobe didn't pass the ball much, he didn't need to. But like, that's how that works, right? And you know, we're in that season. So people are gonna bitch and fucking complain. Right? And that's why the stock market goes wonky in August. Woo, just gave a secret. No one's ever told me that, by the way. The stock market goes wonky in August because people are in Virgo energy. They start bitching. Oh, I don't like this earnings report. I'm going to sell the stock. Oh, you know, I don't like Tesla. Boom, 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 boom. Right? The market is your drunk uncle. It's a really emotional fucking drunk. And you don't want to listen to your drunk uncle, do you? No, never listen to what the market's saying. It's a drunk alcohol, an emotional, sleepy drunk. "13 bloodlines" refers to the popular conspiracy theory about the elite families controlling the world, while 13 colonies refers to the original British colonies that became the United States. All right. Well, I'll tell you why there's 13 bloodlines, is because there's 13 bloodlines because there's 12 planets, 1 sun. There's 12 jurors, 1 judge, right? That's the system. So, again, 12 jurors, 1 judge, 12 planets, 1 sun, 13 families, right? No, the question is, did the elite make the solar system? Did they choose the 12 planets and those planets are really evil? Like if Gary had to pick a number that was truly evil, it would be the number 13. He literally said this on a podcast, I believe with Run It Up or Jack or something like that. So 13 would be the most evil number. So, okay, Timothy Leary, or excuse me, not Timothy Leary, Bill Lear. Bill Lear is the inventor of the Learjet, the first private jet, the family. And Bill Lear says that the moon has a soul catcher on it. So when you die, your soul gets reincarnated to the moon and they trap it and they send it back to Earth, back into the cycle. So when Gary says that the number 13 is evil, 12 planets, one sun, well, maybe 13 really is evil because there's a soul catcher on the moon and they own the whole solar system and our elite is just like, yeah, they're like time travelers and this is like a holographic reality. Like, guys, there's not fucking reptilians running around, okay? There's not fucking reptilians running around. There's time travelers, okay? If time travel existed at any point in human history, it's real. So this is the crux of it. If at any point, Elon Musk, the richest man on earth, said that time travel could be real if we live in a simulation. He just answered it. If we live in a simulation, time travel would be real. Boom. So that's how that works. So we live in a matrix. The matrix sucks on your emotional energy. The most entertaining outcome is the most likely viewed from a third party. So your entire life is the Truman Show, and every day you're waking up, the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. Example, I will be wildly prepared for a numerology reading at 4 p.m. The person won't answer. Most entertaining outcome, okay? I show up on 15 minutes of sleep. Still amazing, still the best at what I do, the best in the world, other than Gary, Roger, the obvious ones, few people, right? Got to always give credit, but they'll actually pick up the phone. So like you'll notice when you're the most prepared for a meeting, the person flakes on the meeting, okay? The New York Knicks, most entertaining outcome is the most likely, okay? It is what it is, right? Tiger Woods crashing his car upside down, blowing a zero on the the breathalyzer. Most entertaining outcome is the most likely, right? He's out there talking about his golf clubs to the cops. They're laughing with him. He calls up Trump on the phone. You watch the 3-hour extravaganza, right? Most entertaining outcome is the most likely viewed from a third party. It's fucking obvious. So like whatever you think, whatever the drunken market thinks, the market is your drunk uncle, do the opposite, right? Most entertaining outcome. The only point of running a simulation is to see what will happen. Guys, you're in the ultimate fucking show on earth. And they are literally watching your personal life on an everyday basis. Don't you guys get it? Have you gotten it yet? These phones, these devices, all these mirrors, all these things around you, you're being watched, and it's the greatest TV show on earth. In the future, corporations are going to basically buy people, and they're going to watch their entire lives. Could you imagine you watch the entire life of a human being? In the future, corporations will probably own people. Okay? In the future, they're going to get rid of emotions. So they're going to deem emotions. I want you guys to watch a movie, and it was made in 2015. I'll come up with it. I'm not going to say the movie, but in the future, they're going to get rid of love, emotion, anger, all these things. All those chemicals are going to be removed from your body, and it's called equals. They want everyone to be equal. And in the future, they're going to deem love, anger, emotion, sex, promiscuity, whatever it is, as unnecessary emotions. So in the future, they're going to deem love, anger, sadness as unnecessary emotions, and they're going to remove them from the human body via AI and tech, and we're going to live in a much different world. And they're going to deem love, anger, sadness, and the human chemical brain as the reason for most destruction, death, war, all these things, because our primitive monkey reptilian brain is unable to handle the truth or anything else. And there's a movie called Equals, put out in 2015, that shows you their fucked up dystopian version of the future, but still very, very real. Okay? So that's how that works when we look at Equals. So they're going to get rid of all emotions. They're going to get rid of all these things. And the people that all of a sudden start breaking the code of the system and feeling things are going to be put in gulags. They're going to put them into mental asylums. So the second you start feeling things, they're going to try to put people in insane asylums, just like they did in the 50s. Guys, that's not a world that we want. So I don't know how we fix it, but it really is going to be very complicated. So I would rather, you know what? I'll leave my comments. There's a couple options. None of them look too good for the future. One option is they don't do that to us and we become we become Terminators. Like, you can put a soul. There's nothing that says you can't put a soul in another mechanical being. So in the future, they're going to just start putting souls into mechanical objects. It's very simple. Just like we are an organic portal, we are like a literal machine, the highest advanced version of a machine on Earth. We're going to be put in the machine so we don't have to feel these horrible things, right? There is no reason why people should be jealous of each other, okay? There is really no reason why people should feel offended when their friend is doing better than them. That's how you know you don't have a friend, okay? When you start doing better than your friends, they get fucking angry. Oh, you know, it is what it is. So like, they're like, what are you doing, you know? You're not sticking into the code. The other option, there's a few other options, but one is that. The other is they just take our emotions away and we keep our bodies. I don't know what the point is of that. I think we still need to experience emotion, but not become slaves to emotion, right? Let's see here. In a personal 2 year, in a personal 2 in class year, so you're in a personal 11 year. So there's no such thing as a personal 2 year. And this is to Michael, I believe, and Lassie. So Michael Lassie, 5/23/1996, you're in your 11 personal year, which is going to be one of the most emotional years of your entire life. Like, literally, it's going to be a roller coaster. High highs and high lows. You're also in your enemy year. I would encourage you to wait to build wealth and grow a family after your enemy year. I'm going to give you a huge secret, Mr. Rat, is that you're not going to be out of the woods until your next birthday hits. So you are not out of the woods until May 23rd of 2027. So on May 23rd, that's when things are going to actually turn for you. A little secret here is anyone that's born in a horse year, I have great news for you. Born 1978, 1990, 2002, your year just began. So if you're born in a horse year, your big year just began, because if your birthday hit, like let's say you're a horse, like my girl, her birthday hit on July 16th, right? She's a 33 life path, okay? She literally is going to have good energy all the way until her next birthday. So the horses who are having birthdays come in their friendly year. So if you're a horse and you're born like in a horse year and your birthday hits in a horse year, that's really, really good. So like, let's say you're born my sister is born July 11th, 2014. So like that means she's got that horse imprint all the way until her next birthday hits. So it's not just horse year, rats. Your year of fun has just begun. You guys don't even understand. And all the rats, I can just see a bunch of little rats in here. Like, oh no, right? Your year of hell in some ways has just begun. Because whenever your last birthday hits, you got to pay the piper all the way until the next birthday. So like, let's say your birthday hit May 4th of 2026 and you're born May 4th, let's say your birthday hit May 3rd of 2026. You're a 33 life path rat, right? You're not going to be out of the woods until May 3rd of 2027. So me, I was in my enemy year in 2025, the year of the snake, right? My birthday hit May 4th, 2025, snake year. My year of hell went all the way from May 4th, 2025 until May 4th, 2026. You ask Gary, he knows all the things I had to deal with the second I got out to Miami, right? I got people in my place. You know, I got horrible things. I got all these crazy things going on the second I go out here, right? Nothing but adversity. And then he can tell you the change in me as a person since May 4th hit and my one personal cycle began, and I've been out of the woods with that enemy cycle. So a lot of rats in here are getting really cocky, really arrogant, because basically what happens is, and I told people this in a previous space, the enemy year works like this. People in their enemy year, it's like a horse race, and the rat is in the lead. Right in 2026 starts, the rat's in the lead, and it's running like Usain Bolt. Boom, 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 running right around. And he's taking off like Usain's trying to win the 100-meter, right? And all of a sudden, 6 months in, people behind Usain's getting old. Uh-oh, it's now 30-year-old Usain. He can't run like he used to in his early 20s. The horse is catching up. The dog is catching up. The tiger's catching up. Then boom. That's how it happens. And why does it do it to you guys? Because it wants to ruin your life. It wants you to feel like you're about to have the greatest year of your life, and then turn it right back on you again. And it will do that at some point. Some of you, you'll never know. You arrogant SOBs will never get it. So people born in 1948, 1960, 1972, 1984, 96, 2008, something's going to happen to you. Something already has happened to you, I bet, this year that's going to affect you the rest of your life. And you don't know what that is, okay? There's a girl in here who ordered a reading. She's a 2004 monkey. Shout out to you. You know who you are. You're a 9 life path. And you want to know if you should date a rat this year. And you have messaged me 400 times, like a monkey, because monkeys love this stuff. You've messaged me 400 times about this. Okay? I get it. That rat probably wants to know. The worst thing you could start doing is date that rat in his enemy year. Start dating. As a matter of fact, if you met him for the first time in his enemy year, you don't know it, but it might be cooked in the long term, right? You don't know it yet. You won't know. Do you know high-level people, like sadistic people, can set you up without you ever realizing it? I can send a girl to my enemy. He'll never know it. I've done it. That's his fatal attraction date, okay? There's a couple people together with people that they don't even know I'm their enemy. I will never let them know. What's going to happen to them? It already has. They break up, horrible things happen. So there's a lot of secrets to how that works. So if you're a monkey, try to wait to start dating a rat. And I'll be honest with you, rats, okay? Rats deal with being manipulative. Rats are manipulative. Rats deal with manipulation, so they become manipulative. You know rats are afraid of other rats? Rats are deathly afraid of someone that can think like they do. They don't know what to do. And most rats don't have true rat packs. The rat pack works like this. My buddy Evan, I love you guys. This is back when you guys were younger. My buddy Evan would hang out with Logan, and they would talk about Sean. Sean would talk about Evan, and Evan would talk about Logan. That's how it would work. They were so paranoid that they literally would out-paranoid themselves, right? And a great example of this is Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon had every goddamn room in the White House tapped, and he tapped himself to literally ruin his own presidency. He fucked himself in the end. So the rat's like, all right, I'm going to record everything. I'm going to record this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. It ended up screwing him in the short term. In the long term, Nixon actually looks pretty good doing that. Like, that rat's smart, right? Like, Nixon's on record as a pretty big advocate of America. The only thing, there's a few things I didn't like about Nixon, but many things, okay? So that's rats. You know, you got to clean up the lifestyle, work out a ton. So in your enemy year, you could get hurt, but what you're going to want to do is get rid of emotion. So a little secret is I would go to like, I don't know, like go to a Planet Fitness that's like getting new equipment, buy some of their old machines in your enemy year or something a year before your enemy year, right? Buy some of the old machines, like a leg machine, like a curl machine. Like they're like, I don't know, they give them for free, $50, or go buy them, whatever. And in your, Planet Fitness is a monkey company too. But basically, in your enemy year, go buy machines and just work out really carefully. Like you're like almost like in a matrix, like you are in a matrix. You're trying to get rid of your emotional energy without hurting yourself. If you just stay on machines the whole year, and the little secret is get up in the morning early in your enemy year. I did this all 2025, by the way. I really did try as a lazy pig physically. I got up every morning and did a bunch of push-ups, right? I was fat as hell in my enemy year, but I was strong, right? And the thing is that I got rid of my emotion right away, so the matrix couldn't take it from me. So if I have no emotion to give, it can't take it from me. So if you're born in 1972, 1984, 1996, just hop on your treadmill for 10 minutes, man. Anything. And that'll help get rid of the emotion, because the matrix will go, uh-oh, we see this rat. It's like literally looking at you like it's a video game. So like Red Pill Aries. Red Pill Aries knows to work out a ton, hammer it this year. It's a 1 year working out. He's in his opposite year, but he's crushing it because he's working out. So Red Pill goes, okay, I'm going to work out so I get rid of my emotional energy and give it to the matrix. So when you work out, why are there mirrors in every gym in the United States of America? The reason why that is because when you work out, it's taking your emotional energy. Why does Hollywood make scary movies every week, every month, but they don't sell well at the box office? Because it's taking your emotional energy. They're conjuring it. Get it? So that's how that works. So when you, number one, I don't like working out by mirrors, nor should you. That is courtesy of me and Roger, right? I've never liked it. Roger is a huge proponent, Golden Ram or whatever, and he hates it. So it is what it is. 1 second, guys, 1 second. Little intermission. Gary, it's just an intermission. We're just a little puff break here. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm out here looking at my beautiful beach view in Gary's studio. It's awesome. I get all the perks. I get to run around. What a life I have, right? I get to study under the modern Pythagoras, right? I'm living a dream. So I get to live a life that very few people on earth ever get to live. So I am studying under the #1 in the world at what he does, the Michael Jordan of numerology and astrology. And guess what? I got to study under him since 2007 with my family and work with him side by side since I've been 15, 16 years old doing readings for him online, even before. That's how that works. I get the privilege of having the greatest fucking teacher you could ever have. And all those years that he put into me are coming out on camera right now. It's like I was around him. I was probably around him more than most people. Battles, staying in, he's down big and he's battling back $100,000 back in his blackjack days, watching him gamble $50K on a table, right? I'm sitting there chain smoking with Gary. This is back at years ago, right? And all that time, whether it be in Atlantic City, whether it be in Las Vegas, whether it be working with people like Roger, all of his top people has come to this point, right? And that's what happens. I'm the Mozart, the prodigy of numerology and astrology. Gary and I, we both started extremely young. Someone had to teach me, right? So he had to learn it first. Then he taught me. And I would say right now in the world, there's nobody who started it younger and who has been doing it longer other than Gary and I. Nobody. That's it. And I would say 20-year career for me at least. I'm 31. I started really knowing this stuff 10, 11, 12. I know Western astrology was at the age of around 4. So Other than that, next year is going to be better when your birthday hits. You're going to be a lot more lucky. Network next year. So when your birthday hits, 5/23/96, start to network. Super chats, likes, comments. Come on, right? That's that. You know, I'm fucking slaving away here, right? That's the biggest problem. Is I'm literally tap dancing for you guys, and the least you can do is give a like or whatever. Just something, anything helps. If I have helped you in any way, right? I'm out here sweating, right? But what do people on the 4th love to do? They love to work. August 4th, 2001. Let's see here. Obviously, you got that 6 energy. If Q should, let's see what Q wants to call you here. Double check. Let's just see what Q is calling people. You know what I mean? Because this is a perfect advertisement for the Q app, the #1 app on earth for numerology and astrology. If you want to know to buy a Rollie, you want to buy a Rolls Royce, you want to buy a new car, it's the year to do it, or the year not to do it. That's the Q app, right? So we love Q. August 4th, 2001. I just want to see. Because you might, 2001's a weird one, man. Those snakes are weird because they got 33 energy, but, 6, right? So you're a 6. You might have a little tinge of 33 in there. But at the end of the day, August 4th, you got to watch the law. Your first 30 years in life, you're gonna lie to a lot of people. You're gonna sleep around a lot. You're probably gonna get really lucky and meet like a good girl. Don't screw it up with that girl. Another thing is August 4th is one of the better birthdays in America, with Barack Obama being August 4th. It was very powerful when Obama had power. As Obama's gone down in power, August 4th, unfortunately, has gone down in power. It doesn't mean that August 4th can't do well. It's just everything ebbs and flows. Another example I'll tell you is that you're in another 22 personal year. You're going to have a great year this year if you are about your bag. 22s are greedy as fuck. They're about building theirs and those. Theirs and their own, 22s are greedy as fuck. They care about building people around them, and they have to be about money in the material world to have success in life. If you are born on the 22nd or a 22 life path, you need to be materialistic. The same with someone born on the 4th, 13th, 31st, or a 4 life path in total. You are a 6, so you're going to need to be home and family oriented. You need to watch out with false accusations with women. You're a vengeful snake. A lot of snakes are dicks to women. I grew up in the Me Too era. The pendulum has swung. So the whole idea of that is over, but you still always want to be careful. Steve Wynn was pushed out of Las Vegas over whores, right? And, the powers that be were like, nah, Steve's good. We're not going to let some hoe take down the greatest hotel builder in history, which is a snake, Mr. Wynn. And that's how that works. So, a lot of women give snakes problems. Snakes like to hit back. The modern era of like for example, how do I say this? For most men are simps at this point. Most men are submissive slaves. The snake hits back. The snake is vengeful, like James Harden. Right? James Harden is out there doing God knows what on the streets. You go at James Harden, you're going to pay the price, right? That's why my snake is a G, right? Shout out to your $97 million contract by being patient. The snake is the most patient sign. Gary waited years for me to be on camera like this. Decades, right? James Harden played nice, played friendly, got friends with Ballmer, got friends with Gilbert, knows he's over the hill, got a $97 million deal. It's still a nice deal. It's a good deal for both parties, but a 3-year, $97 million deal at 37, 36 years old is impressive. That's impressive. And that's how snakes are. So patience, timing is everything. There's 3 factors of life: timing, luck, and a benefactor. Those 3 things are the most important aspects of your life. Everyone in life needs timing, luck, and a mentor. Usually, all great men have some sort of benefactor that helped them. Gary the Numbers Guy and me, right? Look at 50 Cent. Look at LL Cool J. Look at Jay-Z, right? LL Cool J is the godfather of the modern rap game. Literally, he began rap. He's actually older than Jay-Z, even though he looks like he's 35, 40. It's insane. Shout out to L. LL Cool J, GOAT year's coming, bro. We need you. You know, big album, because rap's like going away. It's crazy. Let's see here. Shout out to Drake. Shout out to someone I know. Shout out to someone who I know is very close with Drake right now. Drake is born in the year of the tiger. 2026 is the year of the horse, his best friend year. He is dominating, made his big comeback. He never had to come back. He brought rap back in his friendly year. The horse is best friends with the tiger and the dog. 2026 is a horse year. Make sure you give that to Drizzy. Let's see here. And yeah, go check my follows. You want to go see I got mutual people who you know Drake follows? Go ahead. Go do your, go figure it out. Actually, make sure you text me if you're listening to this. So if I was, thank you guys for the compliments though. Celsius, baby, no sleep. But at the end of the day, you got to remember this. I tweet all day, right? 33s don't sleep much. And most people would be doing drugs. They need to be doing drugs. You know, I won't say his name. He'd have to be going every 15 minutes. And you guys must not know anything about this because you gotta be going back and forth the whole time. You ever watch those other streamers? That's how that works. I've been on here for hours. I don't cheat. This is my form. If you do want to cheat, this is the best version of cheating, like in a safe way in life. And I don't think this stuff is not great for you, right? It's not great, but it's better than drugs. Let's see here. Google. What about Google? All right, what are some game on 7s and 11s? Yeah, 7s and 11s are best friends. But 7's biggest lesson in life is to learn how to be in a relationship. So 7s struggle with being in a relationship. 11 life paths are there to help them. But just because you're an 11 life path doesn't mean that a 7 life path is going to be the best for you in a relationship, because that's their biggest problem. Most 7s are divorced. So the worst thing is a lot of 11s, like, like an athlete or whatever, they'll start dating a 7 and they'll like have a great relationship. But the problem is that over the course of time, it falls apart because 7s don't know how to keep a marriage going or a long-term thing going, right? A lot of 7s are a real, how do I say this? A lot of 7s like Taylor Swift, James Harden, are single their entire lives or struggle in relationships. Steph Curry is one of the few public athletes to fight publicly with his wife. Like they were on like an award show like Jeopardy or something and it got really bad on it. Like you could see it. 7s have relationship problems. Either their wife is not the best person. I'm not saying she's bad or whatever or good, but it is what it is. Shout out to Steph. Let's see. Shout out to Chris, May 4th. Yep, thank you. All right, guys, likes in the chat, comments, right? Questions about the Matrix, put your birthday in, super chats, right? This light is so bright. I don't know. At times, weird, translucent. Oh, goat year starts 2/5/2027. Any insights? I'll be in my 9 personal year. That's a fucking tough one, man. Damn. 9 years are typically for some. I'm not going to give every secret away, but for your birthday, not a great year, right? I want you to go ahead and start as much as you can before February 5th. Plant every fucking seed, and I mean it. Like literally, go do whatever you got to do. And then you can continue doing those things that you started in 2026 or right before your birthday hit, and you'll be fine. So as long as, if you start something on February 4th, right? And you know, it's something like a LLC or a website, you're good. Don't worry about it. My biggest concern for you 2/5, oh shoot, it's not. Well, yeah. You're in your enemy year. Oh, this is okay. 2/5/97 male goat year. I read it wrong. 2/5/97 male goat year starts 2/5/2027. Any insight? Oh yeah, that's terrible. So you're in your enemy year, and you're an ox. I would literally be online the entire year. I would sit on a freaking computer from Cabo or wherever the hell you want to go all year long. I would travel a ton if I had your birthday. I'm pimping you some game for your particular birthday. I would go to places that I don't plan on going again or I have come to before. You know, another thing I'm going to tell you is obviously, like, we don't preach fear here, but your enemy year and a 9 personal cycle is awful to take any massive physical risk. So if you like go bungee jumping, you go like I have buddies that like rock climbing, and you know he's always asking me like, yo, is this a good day? Is this a bad day? It's not that big of a deal. I wouldn't do it in your enemy year, right? Anything of risk, I'd avoid it. Like Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter in 2020, the year of the rat. He was born in a horse year. Enemy sign. Gotcha. Rest in peace, Kobe. Sad. I'm like biggest Kobe fan around. I'm a huge Kobe Bryant guy. 2026 is the year of Kobe. I'm a Kobe philosophy guy, right? I watch Kobe's interviews, videos. Every day I get up, I try to watch a couple Kobe Bryant shorts. Believe it or not, he's more than a basketball player. A lot of good advice if you listen to him. We need bigger donations. Yeah, we need more likes. We need more comments. We need more support. I'm sorry, though, that some people just don't got it like me. I'm sorry you can't bring it like I do every day. I'm sorry that these other streamers need drugs 24/7. I'm sorry you can't talk like I can. I'm sorry I was born this way. It is what it is, right? That's. Did I miss you? Give me a reading. I paid $99 and let me. Crypto Coil 540 got my birthday. Hold on, Crypto Coil, we're looking for you. Make sure you put your birthday again if I missed it. I'm looking for this. They gotta teach me how to run this thing. All right, so someone put in a reading. If you want that reading, wait, someone said it paid $99. Wait, what? Man, you guys are trolling. It's so funny. So funny. I will try to see though. Oh, $199. All right, Feb 22nd, 2002, in case I missed you. I have no idea. Feb 22nd, 2002, I'm an Air Force vet at 24. Okay. Obviously, you might have that 28 energy in you. Let's see. Let's just double check. Let's see what Q, the ultimate numerology and astrology app, comes up with. Let's do it, right? So 2/22, 2002. Yep, 28. So you are a 28 horse. Obviously, if you are an Air Force veteran, that's great. Number one, good thing that you're out of the military so you can make your bag in life. This is one of the best years overall to start things on the internet for you. You're gonna get hit big time in the physical world. Basically February 22nd of 2026 to February 22nd of 2027. So I expect you to be making a lot of money, but also not necessarily holding on to the money. And I would emphasize starting like an online business this year, something, just getting something out, if you want to make money in this year. The next thing is relationship problems. Yeah, you're thinking, okay, I'm a horse. Why is he saying this? Well, the cycle that you're in, it could cause some relationship issues. So if you're in a relationship, that could be a hindrance in your year. If you start fighting with your girl, you're going to want alone time most of the year. Another thing is that basically this is the best year of your life to learn as much as you possibly can. I did this for 199 and I'm doing it very well because he is in the military or he's a veteran. And I am huge on the military, born in the 4th. Just like Trump, law and order, biggest pro-military president we've had, like literally. And he's a 4 life path. Obama was born in the 4th and he wasn't even that bad privately to the military. Another thing is when we look at it, injuries, accidents, if you're working out a ton, watch out for your ACL, MCL. Horses have major leg issues if they're not careful. So like if they screw up their leg, it's not good. Take care of that in a 7 cycle. I noticed when a horse busts their knee, like not George Hill. What the hell is his name? There's a horse. He hurt his knee really bad. He used to play for Paul George. Paul George is a horse. He's never been the same. A lot of horses can't recover off of it like a snake. Like Jimmy Butler might come back and be the same player. Horses like Klay Thompson, born in a horse year, really effed up his foot and his leg and his knee. He has never been quite the same. That really hurts them in that department because that's their motor, right? Take away a horse's ability to walk, they die. They literally die. So when you're an old man, try to never lose the ability to walk like Warren Buffett. Next thing is that you're going to make a lot more money when your next birthday hits. So let's see here. And actually, the good news is that you're in your 7 year. Yeah, okay. So your next birthday hits February 22nd. So you're 50% through, right? So you got to go ahead and start a bunch when your next birthday hits. And, right now, start stuff online. You can still open up bank accounts, LLCs, websites, but it's not as good. You're held back a little bit in the physical world. Crypto could be really good for you. I definitely could see that. All right, let's see. What more readings am I missing? Let's try to get to everybody. I'm working through, guys. All right, double 5 day. Hope everyone's actually having fun. Traveling, make sure you get out of the house, watch me on the road, listen to me, get out of your house. If you're in the house right now, try to get out on your balcony, try to get out in your yard. That's literally all you got to do on a 5 day. So 6 is the home, right? On 6 days, like tomorrow, a double 6 day, we're going to want to stay home all damn day. That's the day you call your mom, you call your dad. I got to call my mom if she's listening. I definitely got to call you. That's tomorrow. So I'm not calling you today, calling you tomorrow. She knows that, right? So it is what it is. I did call you a few days ago if you're listening. You missed my call. It was like 4 or 5 days ago. The next thing is, let's see here, paid readings. Okay, I see you 102601. Hang on, let's just see anybody else I'm missing. More super chats, more likes. I don't know if I read this birthday, 62296. I've been on here for a while. Let's do it. So 62296. We're going to the #1 numerology and astrology app on earth. I'm even on the app. Thank you to the higher ups. You know who you are. All of you. The cat, the snake, Gary, everybody. So let's go to this. I was the biggest user of Gary AI, apparently. So I guess I am the biggest connoisseur of Gary AI, which is so funny. Let's see here. I found that out from the Q people. Okay, 622.96. So 622.96, you're in 8 life path. You're in your enemy year. I've read you. You're in your 11 personal year. Watch out. I don't know if this is a duplicate birthday, but you're in your enemy year. You need to watch the fuck out. You need to work out all the time. I covered you. I think I remember covering you. You need to build people up. Next year's going to be better. It's not going to be better until your next birthday hits. You're not out of the woods until the next birthday. I've read you. Okay, let's just make sure I covered him. I can't remember these people pay. You know, I'm on no sleep as usual. Gary didn't tell me I'd be on. He's like, yo, we had to do another meeting, and he's like, he had me come here at noon, right? That's so early. Oh my God, Miami time, that is like 6 in the morning, right? But I made it here, right? I couldn't sleep. I was so excited for our meeting at 12 noon. I could not sleep. Let's see here, because it was really, really good news he gave me. Let's see here. 10/26/2001. I'm in a 9 personal year, heading into a 1 personal year. Any advice nearing my 9 cycle? Yes, it is going to try to slip you up right before the end of your 9 cycle. So right before the end of your 9, you get really, really unlucky. Sometimes really lucky. It's one or the other. In your case, it could be, I'm not going to say, but I would say in a negative matrix, it's going to go, watch out for really bad luck right before your birthday. Another thing is that people experience the worst luck right before their enemy year. So if you are born in 1996, 2008, 1984, 72, you're going to get really bad luck right around February, Feb 1st, January 15th of 2027. So if you are born in a rat year, 1948, 1960, 1972, 1984, 1996, 2008, you're going to get awful luck about a month before your enemy year ends, roughly in February of 2027 on February 5th. It is going to look to pound you a day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, right before your enemy year, and that's when your enemy tries to kill you. It tries to destroy you. It tries to take your soul. It tries to take everything away from you right before your enemy year. Same thing goes with the 9 personal cycle, right? Same thing goes with an 11 personal cycle. Sometimes really good, really bad. It is what it is. Any advice nearing the end of it? Tie up loose ends. You have to pass the 9 incarnation by completing things. Your 9 personal cycle, people born in the 9th, 18th, 27th, or 9s in total worry all the time. The official number of the worry wart, like Jordan B. Peterson, is a 9 life path. 9s sit there and worry about the world's problems when they can't even clean their own room or let alone take care of their own children. That's why 9s are hated by a lot of GG33 members, is you're trying to change the world when you can't even convince your mommy that numerology and astrology exists. That's how that works. That's a 9. It is what it is. Now, other than that, you're born on the 26th. Your life is going to be very karmic, okay? You are going to get extremely spiritual in your late 20s, 30s, and charismatic as fuck. You're going to be a lot more social, charismatic. You're going to be able to talk better. That's going to change throughout the course of your life. Right around your mid-50s, late 50s, maybe early 60s. It depends, but for sure by like 62 years old, 63. Let's put it this way for you, Evan. You're going to get really, really rich. So I would say late 40s, mid-50s, it's going to start, maybe mid-40s. And then right after that, you're just going to go on a hell of a run. So I would try to make sure you're around as long as you can at that point of your life. You're not going to get a lot accomplished your first 28 to 33 years of life, right around your Saturn return. You're going to be held back a lot. But right around your late 20s, early 30s is when your life's going to take a huge turn. And that's when you're going to be in leadership mode, the spotlight's going to be on, and you're going to be emotional, though. Very charismatic, but emotional, more so than you've been, believe it or not. But that's going to give you the gift of charisma, and you're going to be kind of like spiritual too. So you're going to be really fed up with the way the world is, and you're going to try to change it. Anything else I want to give you? Use your mouthpiece, man. Talk that shit, bro. Colin Cowherd talks all day long on the herd. He's the most snarky 3 life path sports commentator on earth, right? And he gets by being snarky, condescending, and funny, and super dry, right? Glenn Beck is a 3 life path cat, if I believe. Snarky, funny, hilarious, great at what he does. All right, as an 11 life path born in the 7 day, this shit is comparable to a 33 incarnation difficulty level, I tell you. Let's see here. All right, 2/3/1978, Aquarius snake. I like that birthday, 2/3. What a good birthday. 2/3/1978. Let's go to it. So when we look at your birthday, if you were born February 3rd, 1978, obviously you have the gift of being born under Aquarius energy. That is like hitting the lottery. If you are Aquarius sun sign or Aquarius Saturn, you are set in life. You need to be focused on making money with new, innovative ideas centered around the internet, astrology, numerology, spirituality. That's going to be very important. You're also born in the year of the snake, if that's correct, and that's 2/3/1978. Let's just double check it, because that's what the Q app's for. So we're going to pull it up. Q app is a snake. So we got a snake. We have a double 3 life path snake. Really, really good birthday. Any advice that I can give you that'll help you? Number 1, if you're looking to buy a house, you want to buy a house this year. So if you're born 2/3/1978, buy a house this year. And it's best to buy homes whenever it is the 6th, 15th, 24th, or a 6th day in total. If you're looking to get a mansion, a better house for your buck, that is the day to do it, and they'll actually give you a better deal on that day. The next thing is when we look at your birthday, you're about 55% through your 6th personal cycle. That means anything with money, you got to start it now, bro. You're getting hit in the financial department, whipped when your next birthday hits, unless you got a bag online. If you own a deli, you better have that Uber Eats deal cut. I say it every time. A lot of people refuse to do this. You know how many local pizza joints I've consulted over the years that just refuse to listen to me? They're like a 7 life path. They're like, his name's, I won't give a name. And he's like, I've been having success for 20 years. COVID hit. And I'm like, you got to do the online thing. But they're like, the fees. I'm like, it is what it is. Out of business, basically. Or that, they've lost a large market share and they're a major company. The next example would be, is basically you need to be very careful right around July. Every time July hits, July to August, watch your back. And you need to watch your back specifically in November. November to December, watch your back, and July to August. And that is the rest of your life. So other people in here, if you put your birthday in and you're still listening, October 26th, you need to watch out in November. That's early November to early December. And then you need to watch out as well early April to early May. So you get hit April to May, November to December, Evan. And that's how that works, okay? So it is what it is. 6/22/96, you need to watch the hell out December to January in your enemy year. So 6/22/96, if you're in here, December to January, watch the hell out, okay? June, you might have done something dumb in June too. You can get really hit. June 22nd, 96 gets hit a couple times. Around your birthday, you can get hit no matter what the year is, in a sense, and then also in December. 22s are also too feminine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I had a friend, I have no respect for... I respect you today. I did not respect you back in the day. I had a friend who was born in the 22nd, and he was a complete POS, talking behind my back 24/7, sensitive, jealous of my amazing ability to communicate, orate. I was always the charismatic one for my age, right? And he was always sensitive and jealous and would say all these very condescending things. Because when that little builder, that master builder, the baby, compared to the 33, doesn't get the attention they want, they lash out. Like a woman. 22 is the woman, right? And how do you know 22 men suck at times? They don't get jacked. They don't get jacked like the women as much. Bradley Martin, awesome dude. Love Brad. Brad's a snake. I've learned more from Bradley Martin than a lot of people born in my sign. Brad Martin, born May 22nd, right? 1989. 9 life path snake, born in the 22nd. So, he was great. He is great. Excellent at what he does and a real dude. So, and he's not sensitive. He's real. He'll slap people. Yo, I don't know. This is YouTube. This is just entertainment, right? We don't slap, no violence, TikTok, whatever we're on. But that's Bradley Martin. So at least the 22 might use their mouth. A lot of 22s might talk. Brad will actually back it up. Like, you want to talk to me? You're going to get hit. That's what Brad Martin says, right? Entertainment only. Anything else I want to go into here? Yeah, so this is basically how 2026 is going. A lot of horses are being too stubborn in 2026 and getting their own way, right? These are the friends. So the top 3 cars in the race. We got a NASCAR race. We got Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt, right? Those are the top 3 right now. And basically, the ones who are screwing up, the horses are being too stubborn, not showing up to events, and not saying yes enough. The dog is drinking 2026 away, and the tiger's doing all of it. That's the ones who are doing the negative, right? The good ones, right, are doing all the right things over and over again. And I want to clarify something. Horses are hard workers and not necessarily goody-goodies like Warren Buffett, okay, who show up to, McDonald's at 6 in the morning and only drink Coca-Cola and are dead sober. Horses can be fucking gangsters like PBD. Pat Bet David is one of the most well-connected horses in the game, right? And horses aren't necessarily always about playing the fair way. They play for theirs and their own, right? They play for their people. So horses like Gaddafi could be a gangster, right? And they will be loyal to their mafia don, right? A horse could be in the Gambino family, right? Shout out, in the Gambino family. A horse could be in the Gambino family, and they will be loyal as hell, hardworking, but they're breaking the law all the fucking time. Horses aren't always about doing the right thing. I did promote that a little bit too much. They typically are about structure. So like if a horse is in a gang, he's going to be a hardworking gang member, but he's rebellious as fuck. So let's say John Gotti starts to get shady. Let's say John's getting weak. John's fucking up, right? John's causing, shout out to the Gottis. John's having problems, right? The horse might rebel, create his own little offshoot of mafia captains. That's what a horse will do. Rebellious as fuck, the first to start the rebellion, and the first to get killed by the rebellion. The horse is the least lucky sign in the matrix, and the horse starts the rebellion like Robespierre. But they never see the one that finishes it, right? So horses like Robespierre, Gaddafi start the revolution, they start the rebellion, but they never seem to finish it. Horses in families shake up the family, but get a lot of heat for telling people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. Horses get lied to by people, right? So if you're born in 2002, 1990, 1978, your family lies to you because you don't handle the truth well. So you need to basically pretend that you're not mad and punish them otherwise. I'm giving you very dark psychology here. Horses are never going to be okay with people doing the wrong thing, but they got to play dumb enough to let them expose themselves. Let your son tell you what he fucking did wrong. Don't be so stubborn your son never tells you anything as a horse. Okay. Can you do a life path for June 27th, 1998? Yeah. So I do this to just refresh too, guys. Like, I can do this in 2 seconds, but if I just kept going over and over again, like, man, it's like, all right. So I still got to deal with, major clients later. All right. So 627, right? 627, we're going to put it in the calculator. 627, 1998, the year of the criminal tiger, like Jordan Belfort, right? Wolf of Wall Street, Bernie Madoff, right? Steve will do it, right? Tigers like to play life on the edge. They like to gamble like Steve will do it. They like to jump out of planes like Tom Cruise. They like to race cars like Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's what fucking tigers are made of. Tigers are really good at jumping into situations impulsively without fully understanding the situation. How many 6 life paths are we going to get? Wow. It's 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. It's like crazy, right? So when it comes down to it, I won't say too much, but when it comes down to it, I know why I'm getting a bunch of 6s today, but I won't say. When it comes down to your birthday, first 28 to 33 years of your life, people are going to fucking hate you or love you. Half the people are going to hate you. Half the people are going to love you. That's what you're going to deal with. Like, literally, you go up to the BP gas station, they're not going to like you very much. You go up to, a clerk at Walmart, they'll love you for no reason. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be very annoying. That's going to be very, very annoying to deal with, and I'm sorry you got to deal with it. It's going to, not going to get a lot better. Another thing I want you to be aware of is you're going to get your, man. No, it's never going to change. So yeah, you're like up until your mid-50s, you're going to get a lot of hate and a lot of love from people. And it's never going to be, in between. And it's going to be annoying because people will just look to go at you for no reason. You take a new job, you'll have enemies for no reason, especially being a tiger. You need to watch the fuck out in August right now, my man. So August, early August to early September, watch the hell out. I would say for your birthday, watch out until the 7th of September. No doubt about it. And then the next month I would tell you to watch out is specifically in December. So December, let's say December 5th to December 7th, roughly around there, right? So that's a period that you want to be careful. Another thing I want you to watch out for is roughly the hour of 3 to 5 p.m. is very dangerous for you, bro. So 3 to 5 p.m., fucking dangerous for you. Not lucky. I would sleep, take naps. I would chill 3 to 5 p.m. for the rest of your life. Another thing I want to tell you is when it comes down to it, your life is going to be all about teaching, family, and real estate the rest of your life. You could be a billionaire off real estate if you aren't already. It may not happen in America. American tigers have fucking horrible lives. I even tell tigers to go to Puerto Rico. Hawaii, I've even mentioned, potentially could change some of the sub-energy because of the old island energy. But really, go to Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. Martin, whatever is in a U.S. territory, but not technically U.S., but still 100% protected by us, and they steal all our money, all our tax money. Yeah, thank you, Puerto Rico. I'm kidding, but come on. That's where you can go. I've seen a lot of tigers have success, even go to Canada, right? A good place for you is Atlantic City, New Jersey, right? Shout out to my friend in here. Congratulations moving to Jersey. Is someone I know, if you're listening. Now, I saw your DM. I just didn't get back to it. Now, 6/27/98. What else do I want to go into? You're super impulsive. Watch out with who you marry in life. And one other thing I'll tell you is your fucking ego gets the best of you at times. A lot of famous people are born in the 27th because 2 is the number of negotiation and peace, and 7 is the number of tech. Lil Wayne was the first rapper to actually usher in the live mixtape era. He's got rich off the internet. By the way, there's very few rappers that had the level of fame that Lil Wayne had. I don't think Drake is remotely on the level, because you would have had to seen the concerts back in the day to show up for a rapper. Remember, rap concerts are never good anyways. The next example that I want to give you is, really when we look at the year ahead, it's going to be learning, family issues, relationship issues, injuries and accidents. Learn as much as you can, and it'll stop you from losing money. I want you to literally read an Audible book or a page of a book every day. I want you to do it 7 days a week. And if you miss a day, that's okay. Just try to do it as much as you can. And you can literally just read a quote every day, and that will minimize your chance of loss of money and loss of finance. All people who are in their 7-year or 7 life paths who are loners and read books like Tim Duncan, Steph Curry, Larry Ellison, Elon Musk, they can get rich and actually have 0 health issues doing so. Like, Elon is pretty fucking healthy, guys. For being his age, that's a healthy dude. Yeah, I mean, he might be like as you get older, you put on weight. But he is very healthy, lively, and that's a great example of a 7. And I wouldn't call Elon, overweight or anything. He's just normal. The guy's not in his 40s, 30s. He tricks people. He's older than that, guys. Anything else? Yeah, so let's go into Capricorns. So Capricorns are Sagittariuses. Sagittariuses are blunt as fuck. If you want to date a Sagittarius, they're going to be super honest with you. So when you get fat, a Sagittarius is going to call you fat. When your shirt is ugly, your wife is going to call that shirt ugly. A lot of Sagittarius are super blunt. Not all of them, but some of them. The next thing about Sagittarius is they fall in and out of love with people really, really quickly. So that's the problem. A lot of rich guys are married to Sages because eventually they're going to lose their bag. Everybody who starts rich usually winds up broke, and vice versa. So don't be jealous if you're not rich. You have nothing to lose. The next thing is, let's see here. Sagittariuses have the amazing thighs. If you're a girl in here, wear skirts that cut around your thighs. Not like anything skanky, but something that shows those nice little thigh muscles, or the muscles right above the knee. Super attractive if you have Jupiter in Sagittarius, if you're like me or whatever. Now, if you're a Sagittarius, you're going to make a great running back. Your legs are your focal point. Sagittariuses live really long lives because your third heart is in your quads, right above your knees, or whatever they're called, right? All that leg muscle right above the knees is your third heart, or second heart, depending how you want to look at it, right? Another thing I want you to be aware of is a Sagittarius needs to travel and will do the best out of all the Western zodiac signs in 2026, the year of the horse. Sagittarius will do the best in 2026 horse year, because Sagittarius has the horse in its symbol. So if you are born in Sagittarius energy in a horse year, this is your year. If you're born as a Sagittarius, I want you to go hard in 2026, minus being born in your enemy year or being in an unfavorable cycle. Clip. Damn. Whew. Hope everyone's having a great day, right? You text that girl, you text your guy, you coming over, baby, right? You text her, that's what you got to do. Text your girls on the team. You got many girls on the team, hit them all up, right? Maybe one at the 1 p.m. slot, one at the 5 p.m. slot, the 9 p.m. slot. That's a double 5 day, right? You got to have him coming in, coming out. My guy, fresh. Woo! Right? You want to talk game? I've learned more from that dude by just watching him than I've ever learned from anybody else. He's a 33 life path. He should teach this stuff. I'm sure he does, and how to deal with girls, right? Women. Gary, the OG of it, right? And you don't have to look far. Look at Gary's wife, guys. Come on, right? That's how you do it. And Gary chose a 5 life path wife for a reason, right? Notice Gary's entertaining as fuck. Notice Gary is literally like the Steiny of like a grown-up Steiny, like from the Full Send podcast. The dude's funny as fuck, right? He's got that Jewish flow, right? He's got that Steinberg in him. Hilarious, right? And who is he with? Oh, that's right. His wife is a 5 life path. 5's gift, entertainment. Boom. See, Gary uses his system. Do you think Gary was just born with everything? Not quite everything, most things. But there's certain things that help you. He's always been entertaining, but that being with a 5 life path makes you more entertaining, right? We only talk about being with someone born in the 28th. We don't talk about what happens when you get with each number. So what happens when you get with a 1 life path woman, not a 28? You're going to get aggressive as fuck. You start tipping the bottle. You're going to argue all the time, and you're going to get more masculine. You're going to work out more athletic. Okay? What happens when you get with an 11 life path woman, right? You're going to get more charismatic. You're going to all of a sudden start looking on chrisgg33.com like, why am I all of a sudden growing a soul, right? That's because you're with an 11, a master number, AM frequency, FM frequency, right? Twitter, Instagram, for those new people, better example, okay? If you're with an 11, you're going to get in better shape. You're going to get more charismatic. You're going to get more spiritual. You're going to get more emotional. You're going to have a huge fucking temper. And this is vice versa, right? So this applies on the reverse for the women listening in here, okay? Another thing happens if you get with an 11 is, how do I say this? You're going to be in the spotlight a lot more. So that could be a good thing or a bad thing. Another thing is if you get with a 3 life path, what's going to happen? Woman, you're going to get lazy. You're going to get extremely, extremely lazy. You're going to start communicating all the time. You're going to start talking better than you've ever communicated before. You are going to start learning about all sorts of different things. You're going to become the jack of all trades in certain ways, especially if you're married for a long time with a 3. Another thing is all of a sudden you're going to go from serious potentially to wanting to have fun because a 3 woman is going to bring that out in you, right? She's going to require it, quite frankly. And if you don't like it, good luck. The next example is that, what else do we want to go into? If you are dating a 4 life path woman, you're going to get hardworking. You're going to basically have more issues with the law. You're going to get more disciplined. And another thing about it is, how do I say this? More materialistic. You're going to start making a lot more money. America founded on the 4th. 4 is material. Material begins with an M. M is the 13th letter. Chris, I paid for a super chat earlier. Kathleen in 3781. Don't think you covered me. 627.98. I thought I just did. Go on the recording. I did. Where's your? Okay. Super chatted. I don't even care if you did or didn't. 2986. Okay. What are we doing here? Who has really sent in ones and who is not? You're not gonna fucking play me. You know, Gary. Oh, everybody's watching. Everyone's watching. You guys think I'm super nice. That's the worst thing. That's what you guys think. You guys think because here I'm letting you certain things slide behind closed doors. No. Don't you ever. Because the thing is, I'm never going to give you a warning. That's the biggest thing. Push me, good luck. Because I'm well connected. I got it like that, right? Because Gary's got it like that. What's the significant? All right, fine. We'll go into readings. Fine. 2378. Is there anything else? I think that's about it. Family, this and that. Okay. 627, 1998. I thought I covered that. Pretty sure I did. Covered it. Renee, thank you. It's a great day to be alive, guys, right? You live in the best period of time. A lot of you guys out in cold climates, oh, yeah, it sucks. Summer's ending. You guys are pouring down the drinks right now. Literally gulping down massive amounts of alcohol because you guys know in about 6 months, 3 months, you'll be sitting in 30-degree weather, right? Like the schizophrenia, bipolarism that exists in cold climates is like nothing else. People spend their entire winter saving money to blow all their money in the summer to appease family members who want to go to events. It's very difficult. So like if you live in Cleveland, nothing against Cleveland, you live in Chicago, let's dog them all. Let's dog all the cold climates, right? They're great places, but damn, it's hard to stay consistent if you live for the summer. So like you need to be working in this era. And if you just spend the whole summer fucking off, well, that's why they don't make a lot of money out in certain areas. New York is less affected, New York City, because they live in buildings, guys. They just live in giant penthouses. Like they're like, it's like they don't have to go outside. It's like everything's like there. Chicago's a dump. Even though my uncle, my great uncle, the Holtzmans, right? 1991, he owned the Chicago Cubs. He was the minority owner of the, not the Cubs, White Sox in the 80s, 90s. Type in Holtzman, Jerry Reinsdorf. All right, that's a flex. Flexing on you guys. I don't care. I do not care. Done. You guys, some of you guys are so rude. So rude. It is what it is. More likes. I love all you guys. I'm mostly in a good mood. You know what I mean? I am a happy, lucky I'm a happy, lucky guy. You know, sometimes. Happy-go-lucky is the pig, right? But, you know, pigs are a little bit different than people understand them to be. Example, Logan Paul's like the best on a podcast or a YouTube, but like behind closed doors, really low social bandwidth, you know? Thank you. Can I get a Cash App to send more? Oh, man. You know where you send it? ChrisGG33.com. Your boy Chris could use as many readings as possible to help the team because I have a whole team of people on my staff. So I'm out here trying to pound and make sure that I'm making sure that when the economy goes bad, that everyone's got jobs, right? So as much as you guys want to hate Chris, anybody who doesn't like Chris in the GG world, Chris is trying to do his job to make sure you keep your job. I want to get your family rich, you know? Let's see. Lucky number is 92. Okay, yeah, I'll give some people their lucky numbers. Like your lucky number, let's see if the birthday's in here. Yeah, if you want a lucky number, I'll roll through that, you know? If you don't know it. 61176, your lucky number is 66. 611's, yeah. 871980, your lucky number is 80. Okay. Let's go to more super chats here. Let's see. Oh, we got Gary?
All right, time to wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Guys, thank you so much. We got Gary back here.
Get your plugs.
Yeah.
Tell them where to follow
Yeah,
you.
give me a follow at ChrisGG33_ on Instagram, GG33Chris on YouTube. Go to ChrisGG33.com for written readings of all kinds. We have orders starting at $89. So if you want one, great price threshold.
What was that, written reading?
Yeah, written reading is $89. So you can get in even if you can't afford it.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, G. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got to work here pretty soon because Fresh is going to be here.
Yeah.
And everyone. So we have a live episode of 305 podcast coming up within an hour. Since I work with ends, probably a little bit longer, but it is what it is. I hope you enjoyed having Chris on there. If you did, I need some fucking likes.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Likes because when Chris is on here, I want a lot of views because this is not something he does. And I don't just let anyone on here. You have to be really good at this shit to actually I'll let Kevin be behind the mic. Roger, but Roger doesn't like being behind him. Maybe we'll put a mask on him or something. Something will work out. Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah. I got the mic, but I think you can probably still hear me.
Okay.
All right, I just thought. So all good things must come to an end. Again, I need you guys to like this program. It's not every day I let Chris do it, but it's like a treat because you have someone who doesn't talk down to you. you know, once you get that camera, you start like, start going. Oh, you don't know which way it's coming, but you know what's coming. If you guys want a reading, go get it with Chris. You can get it on GG33 info or.
ChrisGG33.com is the best way to do it.
Yeah, so again, easy name to remember. Chris, then GG33. Like, what the? Yeah. This is not rocket science here, folks. Anyways, yeah. Nobel? No. Shout out to Nobel. Yeah, you can shout out Nobel. We got a team here that builds stuff. We got a team that actually puts in work now. And 100%. So if you guys want to get the best Q app ever made, the Q app, download it. It's all over. It's been downloaded 500,000 times. Might as well join the club. Now they have Gary AI. Did you play Gary AI here? Gary AI is fucking great.
I told him I abused
okay. No, it's okay. You can fucking use it for the audience. No, man. Chris loves talking to Gary. He loves talking to Gary. You can talk in Spanish too.
I talk to Gary AI more than you. He doesn't talk down to me.
Yeah. We're gonna change that algorithm so it starts. You know. I'm not gonna tell you who. Yeah. But one of the, don't mention names. One of the major celebrities I deal with, I told her about Gary AI, and she's like, "Is it gonna be as misogynistic as you?" And I'm like, yeah, the upper levels for sure. And guess what? I'm a man of my fucking word. Like, when you get diamond level Gary AI, he's going to be a prick, bro. We're going to put that fucking attitude in there. And the thing is, I'm not really a prick, but, listen, you got to make people laugh. Got to bust some balls. I understand how this Hollywood shit works, man. Because remember, man, I might be a Capricorn, but I got that Leo and Saturn. And Leos have to be the most entertaining people on earth. I'm not sure what happened to some Leos we know, but he's going to see this shit too. 100%. He'll watch every fucking second. I promise you. Anyways, again, GG33 info. Go on my IG. Put in book. Put in. You'll get it a list right away. Anyways, shout out to the Q app. And other than that, I think it's time to shut up shop.